our way to St. Petersburg. And I forgot, I don't know if I already had told y'all. Yeah, back on our way to St. Petersburg to the venue we shot there before, when we shot the Wild Fan Lucci there before. So about to head back over there, man, and see what's to it. But yeah, gang, tonight they got Juvenile there. Juvie! You know what I'm saying? So yeah, should be a vibe. Maybe he brought in the heat. 300 degrees. Alright, let's get it. Y'all see them guys over there? Y'all see them trucks over there? The guys over there in the yellow, over there. Guys, this shit is, man, y'all, it smell like smoke. It smell like smoke. Something is definitely burning. Yeah, something is definitely burning right there. But I don't see no fire. That's what I'm saying. I do not see no fire. And now I'm seeing like little ash flying in the air. And I'm seeing more of these guys over here. So maybe it is a fire, guys. Maybe it's a fire over there, or fire park rangers. Yeah. Damn bird up there though. The hell, yo, that crazy ass doing flying over that crazy mother. Yeah. Now look, we going through some more. Now this look like regular fog. That y'all, I don't know if y'all can see the difference in the color. This is the color of regular fog. That shit back there was brown. Yeah. All right, man. Hopefully we do it. Holla. All right, gang, man. Many hours later, your boy Stunner Reese finally pulling in St. Petersburg. Y'all see all the water, man. Both sides. Water there. Water there. About to go up this big, huge bridge right here. Way up there. Big boy. And they're going to Tampa over there, man. The city way over there. I ain't gonna lie, man. I done got tired all of a sudden, man. Like a little low-key sleepy for some reason. And I got a long night, man. And after this, we got a long, like 10-hour drive after tonight. I think it's like 10 hours to the next location, next destination. I ain't even told y'all what that is. But I mean, that all depends on the weather too, though. So, yeah. So it's, you know what I'm saying, it's a few things, you know what I'm saying. It's kind of like still up in the air, but we're gonna make our final decision. I just got to texting CJ in reference to something. And as soon as, you know what I'm saying, we get some confirmation on something, we're gonna try to make sun. You feel me? Sun in the sun. Yeah. Yeah, gang, that's what it is, man. But y'all, just know your boy Stunner Reese is on this road, man, and Big Vino. Vino's doing real well on this trip. And Gucci and Judah is already out here. Probably gonna be some more people I know out here as well. But I know them two are already out here. So. But yeah, gang, that's what it is, man. But y'all stick around, stay tuned. I will holler at y'all. Let's get it. Y'all see it, man. We done made it back over here. Gucci, Judah,
See it right there, Juvenile tonight. I remember Lucci was right here. Going down tonight, man. Man, I had some damn vegan food from this spot right here. So fire. I believe it was this one, or maybe it was a little bit farther down. Hey. Oh, I think it was right here. Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, it was definitely this spot. Y'all see it, man. Old school bug, man. Yeah. Y'all see it, man. Old school Thunderbird. Well, it's actually the new school, but now it's an old school. But still, it's a Thunderbird. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Actually, man, you could like really do one of those up. You could probably make you a nice little ride. You know what I'm saying? Out of those, if you know what to do. Yep. Old Juvenile. Don't see what he gonna do, man.
Later that same evening.
Stage right there.
Oh. Would you look at this?
Trying to show that slow motion. Trying to show that slow motion for Ju.
The next day.
All right, gang, it's the next morning, man. Your boy Son Reese is at the gas station filling up Vino. He's still in Florida. I've been driving for like a couple hours. Made my first gas stop. And where we headed? We are headed to North Carolina. That's right, man. Greensboro. Today, we got a legendary group doing a performance today, and it's going to be New Edition along with Tony Braxton and some others as well. I know New Edition brought them out real big in Dallas, Real said. So I said, you know what, let me go see what it do. Judah and Gucci gonna stay in Florida, So this is a solo dolo mission for your boy right here. Solo dolo mission. It's a 10-hour drive total. And I probably got like 8-some hours left. So. Gassing up, getting a little quick. Re-wipe down, try to knock down some of these bugs. So it ain't so bad. You know, just a little preventive maintenance. Just a little bit. Yeah, just try to do what you can, man. You beating this road down, it be what it be. It be what it be. Took the whole 80, so that's good. 27 gallons, so I know the tank is full. So yeah, we are good to go. Up down this other mirror real fast. Other side of the windshield. Mirrors be taking a beating, boy. Mirrors be taking a beating along with that hood.
For over a century, Bosch has engineered and tested wiper blades with advanced rubber formulations that deliver clarity, reliability, and long-lasting performance. Innovation recognizes innovation. Drive with technology designed for the road ahead. The future is clear with Bosch wiper blades.
You are checking out the Galati Black collection. It is the luxury trapper apparel. Trapper means take risk and prosper. This is a streetwear brand. This is a street fashion brand. Built for any occasions, clubs, parties. We got many different styles to choose from. Make sure you go and grab your Galati Black apparel today. Visit us at www.stunnerisent.com. When you're out in these streets, you want to stay dangerous. Make sure you do it with Galati Black. Make sure you click the link in the description and grab yours today.
Alright guys, today's video is brought to you by Yantu, the A22 tire inflator. This is a portable unit that you can keep right in your car. And guys, I'm going to show you guys just how easy it is to use this product. So yes, we're going to go through the full unboxing. It's as simple as that. It comes in a nice carrying case to hold inside with the Yantu brand on it. Has a nice zipper compartments where you can unzip it to keep your Yantu tire inflator stored properly. We also have a nice protective plastic covering over it when it comes in shipping to protect it from getting scratched up or anything. Now, this is a nice sturdy unit. You can tell that it's built from quality, and it is great for these emergency instances if you need to inflate your tire on your car rather quickly. It also comes with the other accessories you will need as far as your power cord, your actual inflator cord. It has a USB charging port where you can charge it actually in your car. And it actually has all the accessories to even inflate balls. Also, you can inflate different things that you may need, like inflatables, and it even comes with spare fuses. So yes, everything is included in the kit. I'm gonna show you guys just how simple it is to actually hook it up if you wanted to install air into your tire. It is real easy process that is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And we're gonna demonstrate it right here on this beautiful Acura TLX. simply take your end, and it's actually the same on both sides. You stick that on the valve stem as if it was your tire and pull the lever down just like that to insert the cord onto the inflator. Then you take the identical end, which is just like the other side, and you take that and put it on the valve stem of your car. Now guys, simply want to power the unit on by pressing the button on the side here. It'll tell you by the digital display right on
The screen that the pounds are at the current level, but it is fully adjustable. You can adjust the pounds that you want to go into the tire by simply pressing a button, and it will display the pounds that you want on the screen. Then you simply hit the power button and it will go to that amount of air pressure that you have desired. Now, the other good thing is that it is cordless and you don't have to plug it into a cigarette lighter. You can simply just hit the button and it'll air it up.
It is currently set to 36 pounds, so once it gets to the amount that is set for, it will automatically shut down so you do not overinflate your tires. That's one of the best things about this Yantu tire inflator. If you want to charge it, you have the ability to charge it at home. You can charge it in a car. It has all the functions that you need. And that's right, if you want to grab you one today, make sure you click the link in the description of this video and grab you one now. Nice, easy, affordable, and guys, it is definitely portable. So definitely go ahead, grab you a Yantu tire inflator today. That's right, man. And make sure you let them know Stunner Reese sent you. Let's get it.
Subscribe to Stunner Reese and put on your post notifications.
Here we go. Boom.
Oh, perfect match, bro.
Bro, that's the one. That is cold. All the different selections, colors, too. Just depends on how you're feeling. Yeah. You can even do pink for Valentine's Day. It's coming up. That's different. Couple bolts, plug it in, plug and play. Super simple.
Run the rats like I want them. Count up the red, we gon' want them. Carrots, I want them.
Adrenaline Off-Road took care of me, man. Got me my RGB W wheel lights, man, for Vino. We're about to get these things installed. Ooh, yeah. I like that. Adrenaline Off-Road offers a lot of different types of lights. They offer underglows. They offer everything, guys. Y'all ready? Ooh, 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 ooh. Look at that, man. Like a whole vibe going on. And it's so lit up that it almost looked like the underglows.
I like that.
Yeah. This came out awesome, man. Shout out to Adrenaline Off-Road, man, for taking care of me on the wheel lights. I'm going to leave the link in the description. Make sure you click that link so you don't have to pay full price.
Yo, what up? It's your boy Pot of Gold, aka Goldman G. Checking in with my dog Stunner Reese with some more gold for claustrophobic. If you're in the market and looking for some good quality gold plating, you found the person. Check me out on IG at Pot of Gold 850. You can also find me on TikTok at Mr. Brown 850. Also, follow and subscribe to my YouTube at Mr. 850. Good quality gold work for the fraction of the price. Get at me. My motto is, lay it, don't spray it.
Quick, choose a meal deal with McValue. The $5 McChicken meal deal, the $6 McDouble meal deal, or the new $7 Daily Double meal deal. Each with its own small fries, drink, and 4-piece McNuggets. There's actually no rush. I'm just excited for McDonald's.
For limited time only, prices and participation may vary. Not valid for McDelivery.
Granger knows that if you're a school custodian, cleanliness is your top priority.
That's why you can rely on Grainger for a range of cleaning products and equipment, from disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What you move furniture with?
I move furniture with my.
Do you exercise?
What do you mean? Do you exercise?
I see you exercise. I don't see no like curves.
You don't see that tone? All that tone in there? Hang on a second.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna show you what I can do. See?
Damn, you doing real ones too.
I know. See? Okay, now Pops, come and sit on my back.
Oh no, that's 230 pounds.
I weigh a lot.
You got a little back.
I think I get extra points for wearing clogs too.
I'll give you props.
Thanks.
When storage units are abandoned,
look at this one.
the treasures within
New glove game.
are put up for auction.
I scored on this.
So did you win.
Shazam! I'm in the green.
Money, baby.
M-O-N-E-Y.
I got a munchie for a snack size of a unit where I can go through real quick, because that's where I make my money quick. Malibu! Yeah. Not Malibu. Montebello. What's wrong with me? It started with an M. I'm sorry. But I ain't gonna lie, I was thinking about M&M's.
I've been a little stressed out lately, so today I'm going to try to practice mindfulness. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to use all my senses because that is part of mindfulness. I'm going to be present with each locker. I'm going to be one with the junk. If a locker is willing to open itself to me, then I need to be willing to open myself to it. Okay, there's some real ass on my ass right now. Oh wait, that's not my full.
Pop, you passed it again. You gotta go right. Man, you just getting me lost. Man, I said go right, you go left. I say left, you go right. I say go slow, you go fast.
Well, I asked you for the GPS. You go, I know how to get there. I don't need no GPS.
I didn't know you'd be going 90 miles an hour when it's time to turn right. If Pops doesn't start listening better, we're in big trouble today. Hey, Lisa.
What's that?
Make a left.
Left?
See? Boom, we be there.
But you told her to make a left when the left is right there.
But she
you gotta
did it.
give it a heads up.
Yeah,
But
you
you
gotta
did it.
give a heads
No,
up.
no, you do not. Left means left.
They lost.
At least you have someone else to blame it on. I always have to blame myself for getting lost.
Welcome to the auction. We're down at Lord Auction with StorageAuctions.net. Before you go through these gates, you need to know the rules. You're going to go to the unit, remove the lock, open the door, give you 5 minutes to take a look around. You can't go inside. You can't open any boxes. And who's ever got the most money in their pocket can own it today. Are you ready? Yeah! Right on, man. Let's go!
All right, here we go. Just a tiny little petite unit. It's like you could crawl inside of one of these things.
Well, they got some totes in here.
How many bags do you see in there?
About 8.
Okay, and if you were just to figure those at like, what, $10 a piece, what would that be?
That would be $80.
All right.
Boy, you Sesame Street is on point. That's why you got that. I want it like that, bro.
Welcome to Tiny Town.
These are like the
Ooh,
boring
Pop.
things.
Now this
right?
one's got.
It's all trash bags.
Look down them totes on the bottom, see if we see any treasures. This would be a gamble. I'm into gambling today too.
Really?
Yep.
All right, I'm with it.
Ooh, I like them dirty.
Do you? Well, I've got one for you right here.
But there's so many bags and bins.
Quality bags. You notice those are the very thick bags.
One must look past the dirt and smells to really see the vessels that carry them.
Here we go, a little black bag unit. I got 10, 10, 10, 15, and 20, and 5, 25. Would have been 30, 30, would have been 30 pops, would have been 30. Right there, would have been 35. I got $30, would have been 35 right there, would have been 40 there, would have been 45
Right
there.
up front.
50, 50 where? 45, $50, 55 where? $50, 55, 55 now. You're 50, 55, would have been 60, sir. 65 there. 65, would have been 65. 65 would have been 70, sir. 65 here. $70 where? 70 going one price, would have been $70 now. Sold it to Elisa, $65.
I just had a sense that it was going to go my way. Let's see what a locker can gift you when you're fully present. Yeah, wow, it's a brand new Sunbeam mixer. I'd say this is worth $30. Just got half my money back. So, Hello Kitty clock. Maybe I could clean that up for $5. Vintage bobblehead of a baseball player. This is because it's in the original box. It's probably worth about 30 bucks. Just an assortment, real medley of randomness. Drawer liner paper, 5 bucks for that. Faux vintage purse, 5 bucks. Sometimes just like, this stuff doesn't really make sense. Like, what's this? It's kind of a cute little antique wooden bowl. It's a little scratched up, but what is this? It's like an old water pipe from some ancient land, but it's old. It's definitely an antique. It's like a smoking tool. Yeah, this is probably where they kept the drugs before they put it in the pipe to smoke it. Just saying. Huh, interesting. I think this might be related to the other item. This is definitely a smoking, some sort of old, I'm guessing for opium, that would be my guess. It's got really pretty details on it, so I'm gonna put this with the other puff stuff and find someone to tell me how much it's worth. This pipe may just puff up my profit. Oh my God, this is somebody's cat's ashes. A pet crematory. Hello, kitty. Goodbye, kitty. Oh my God, I can't. It's all cat photos and it's covered in cat hair. Ginger. Oh God, this one's got its name. Tasha. Great. We got Tasha and Ginger. My work here is done. Thank goodness I found those smoking devices. Otherwise, this unit would have been a bit of a catastrophe.
All right, leather sofa.
All right, a little apartment unit. Look at this.
Let me see. They got toast right here. They got a toaster oven, and they got a pot top. This is all kitchen. Oh yeah. Dan, I might do something on him.
Look at these nasty couches.
They are nasty. Got some totes over there, though. Ooh! I bet Kenny liked this one. He saw some pancakes.
Pleather furniture, speakers, nah.
No?
No.
You know, it was like a whole herd of cows gave their lives for this unit.
Or a whole herd of
Pleathers.
pleathers.
All right, here we go. Number 20. Who give me 10, 10, what about 10 bucks?
Right here.
I got 10, 10, what about 20, 20, 10, what about 20?
Right up front.
I'm 30. I'm 40. I got 30 against you.
Joseph,
40, 50, 40, 50, 50 bucks. What about 60 bucks? What about 70 bucks? 60, 70, 70, 70 bucks, 80 bucks. What about
Double
80,
hands in
90,
the back.
80, 90, 120, 120, 130, 120, 130, 140, 140, 140, 140, 50, 150, 160.
You want them
150, 160, 160, 150, 160, 170, 170, 170, 180.
That's good.
I got 170 going once, 180, 180, 180 going twice. Less than 5 to go. 180 bucks a night. Tell it your way. You got it. Kenny did it. 170.
Right here, boy. About to get it going on. Kumbaya. Back to the auction.
Munchkin Town,
Oh,
babe.
another cute little door. Oh,
Look at
right, a
that.
little camo.
Probably took 3 munchkins to pack that.
I don't like bending down. This gets in the way.
See the little camel bag and this
Car
tote?
parts up there. Quick money, quick load, man. Let's think about it.
All right. Isn't it cute?
Oh,
It's even
easy
cuter on the
loader.
inside than the outside. Do you feel it?
I can't feel.
What do you smell in there?
What do I smell?
What do you smell?
I'm not really catching a smell, but that's good.
We're just gonna call this camel tote unit.
You said camel toe.
I said camo tote unit.
Oh, camel toe. Oh, my bad. They got all kind of tools up and down here. This looks like this a tool chest almost. This
Okay.
is pretty nice.
So what do you think? And remember, we're gonna call this the camo tote unit.
Yeah, it's hard to forget Dan.
Now we're selling the second unit. That's the one with the camel toe. What? What? The camel toe.
We didn't want him to use that.
You got it, boy. All right. How much? How much anywhere? I got 25, but 35 where? I got 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 75, 75, 85, 95, 105, 105, 150, 125, 135, 145, 155, 165, 175, 175, 185, 185, 195, 195, 195, 205,
I know what you're talking about.
15. I've got 205, 215 going once. 205, 215 going twice. Listen, final call at 210, 215 tonight. Pull it your way. You got it, Pop.
Pops wanted this so bad, he can be the one to bend over and go through it.
Woo! Folks, that's the end of the auction, and don't forget to pay the lady. Thank you, everyone.
You're gonna have to be hella lucky to get money out of this.
Hey, watch this.
Ooh, you got like negative money back so far.
So far, Jack, $10.
Jack for a Tonka truck.
At least we stumbled upon something.
I prefer we stumble upon money. Look like the inside of somebody's Toyota. Ooh, there's rat hole in it.
Yeah.
Rat hole.
That's gross.
Rat hole. Hey,
Step stool.
I need that. Ooh, because I have a feeling it's gonna be a long day.
Hey, don't break this chair.
I won't. Oh, the road.
Decent book.
Doesn't say the GPS. Left.
You said left and looked right. So just so America knows right now, that's your directions.
Camera always shows opposite.
Man, this is gonna be a long drive home.
This thing?
It's food.
Is you hungry?
Not now.
Ooh.
Yes. How much for my Jack?
$20.
Thank you. Suitcase. With another suitcase. With another bag. And another bag.
I see rat poop.
Is it in there?
DP video. It's like a car stereo, ain't it? I'll say you got $100 right here.
Oh, hey. An angle drill. 15 without the battery?
Yep.
This whole bag.
Ooh, more rat chunk.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Is that the last thing?
This is the last thing.
You know you spent $205.
The last thing.
Oh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. He's in there. He's in there. He's
Rat's
in there.
Oh, shit.
Yo!
Hold up. Open it.
Hold up. You ready?
Yep.
Oh, there! Oh, there he is.
Well, he escaped. I don't know where that critter ran off to, but we probably scared it to death. We should pay our respects. Okay. Dun, dun, dun.
That's the wedding march.
Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Da, da, da.
Goodbye, old friend.
All right. Let's make some money. I was feeling snacky, but I bought myself a feast of a locker. Let's eat. What we got here? Empty, but it's pretty nice. $15. You can store stuff in here. Now see, if I would have had this morning, I've been in a very, very good mood. $7. Recliner. Ain't nobody gonna buy this old ass thing. No money. That couch right there, $10. Watch this. You know how they flip the bottle with the water in it, see if it can go up? Let's see. No money. This table here, 25 big ones, 25. I said $25 for the table. This is called, I want to know who owned this locker. This is called straight up brutality. Who in the hell put mayonnaise in the storage unit? I want this person's name, number, everything. You don't put this in here. Pressing charges. They need their ass Miracle Whipped. $170 for this hip high powered amp. Jean jackets. Levi's, boy. 4 bags of Levi's, boy. Look at this, boy. This some big ass overall. You wasn't there on Hee Haw with these. This what they wore on the outsiders. Tommy boy. You remember Tommy boy? Lee's denim jeans worth a lot of money, I'm telling you. Used, new, ripped, raggedy. Always worth some money with the Lees. I need to go see a jean genie or something to find out their overall value. Flat Line TV, $25. Now this is what I've been waiting for. These neat looking totes. Hopefully there's money in him. That's not good. No money. No money. You got me fooled, America. No money. No money. These totally suck. I'm so disappointed with Americans that put mayonnaise in the unit. You don't have no feelings whatsoever.
Hey,
Hello.
Lisa?
Dave?
Yes, welcome.
set to Dave of Dave's Estate Sales and Antiques. I'm hoping I can smoke out a little more green.
These are pipes. They had to do with tobacco.
Oh, okay.
You put the tobacco right there, and then these little lids lift up, and you would fill them about halfway up with water. You could put wine.
Wine?
You could put your tobacco in this part of it. These were popular during the Victorian times when this house was built.
When my dress was
Yes.
made.
These I feel were probably about 1880s. They have a Chinese mark on the inside.
Okay.
They have engravings on the side, like happy thoughts and good health.
Oh, that's nice.
These are Chinese also. We have the red colors. We have the little lotus flower on the top of this one. But you would have kept maybe tobacco or some other ingredients in here. They are hand spun. Really amazed at the workmanship and the skill it took to make these things.
Wow.
Yeah, Los Angeles had the second largest Chinese community. We brought the Chinese people here to work on the railroad. There was tension between the Chinese and the people living here, and they decided to burn down the Chinese town that was here.
What?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, so you find these a lot of times, and they're all burned up under buildings and so forth in Los Angeles.
So these are a real artifact.
Yeah, you've got some real treasures here.
Okay, so what would you say would be the value on this collection?
For the two wooden containers, handmade, I would think that you could get at least 150 for these. Just
Great.
these two. This one, 150.
All right.
Now this one, 300.
Heck yeah, I only spent $65 on this locker, Dave.
Goodbye.
It is a goodbye.
No, I meant goodbye.
Oh, so soon?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Bob. I'm going to see Bob Chat at Vintage Productions. How you doing, brother?
Good to see you.
Good to see you, bro. I'm hoping I could produce some vintage profit. How long Lee been in production with this thing?
You know, Lee started 1912 in Salinas, Kansas. They were a dry goods store before that, and then Mr. H.D. Lee decided, I'm going to make a set of coveralls that won't tear. At one point, Lee was the biggest selling jean in the U.S.
Was he a cowboy for real?
No, but he interviewed cowboys to figure out what could he do to these pants that the cowboys would wear them more. And they became, in the 20s, that was the #1 pants for the cowboys. You know, Kenny, what you got here is like 80s, 90s Lee jeans. You're looking at acid wash on some of this stuff, which anybody growing up in the 90s remembers wearing really bad acid wash jeans. Yeah, I did too. These are probably your worst.
The worst?
But they're still good.
All right, now.
Levi 501s. These are from the 80s, early 90s again. A pair of 1970s Lee Bells.
Lee Bell mean bell bottom?
They're slightly belled, yeah. Coveralls.
That's what I like that one.
Cool pair of older coveralls. These are probably 60s.
That's mechanic?
Yeah. You can always tell by the zipper with the pull, with the ring pull on it. Lee Storm King. This is probably a 60s, early 70s.
Lee Storm King?
Yeah, that was their answer to the Levi trucker jacket that's got the lining in it. Storm Rider was their answer because Lee jeans were called the Lee Riders. So this was their equivalent to the jacket.
That's badass.
You know, good piece, good color, good condition. And then my favorite.
Talk to me.
This is the 91B. It's the most comfortable to wear. They quit making them early 80s, I think.
How much green can I get for all these jeans?
You know, Kenny, there's a great assortment here. It's such a great range and time period. This jacket,
Fade them jig.
$275.
Yeah.
Storm Rider, 175 in that range.
All right, the
Coveralls,
mechanic.
175 again.
That's a lot of materials.
The bells,
Uh-oh. Ding dong.
75.
And all I paid was $170 for that.
Your 501s, the Lees, I bet you could probably get $1,100 for this.
Holy fuck. Call me Mr. Green Jeans. Bing dong, Cap Kangaroo. I knew money was in my DNA, but here's proof it's in my G's. You get a swag when you wear something like that, huh?
Dolly Parton. Kenny Crosley had a genius buy in Montebello that put over $1,100 in his pocket. Lisa Delarios piped up with an extra $600, while Ivy Calvin got ratted out and trapped in debt.
Anybody need that blanket fluid change? Hey, I can fix your car. Come on. You need your nugs are loose. You too, big truck. Your truck look like it's already broke. Ain't nobody need nothing fixed around here. I need to go back to Inglewood. Everything broke over there. All right, America. Your boy Kenny gonna hit this auction in a different way. I'ma manifest me a good unit. You know, meaning like putting it out in the universe and hope the gods bring me some good finds and manifest some good coupons with no expiration date. So, universe, listen to your boy and bring me the money. Bring me the damn money.
When storage units are abandoned,
Look at this one.
the treasures within
New glove game.
are put up for auction.
I scored on this.
So did Joanne.
Shazam!
I'm in the green.
Money, baby.
Going to Santa Ana today. It's close to home. That's why I continually come back here. And the fact that I have seen everybody else get something good out of here. And for some reason, every single time I come here, I leave empty-handed and pissed off. Now, it has become a challenge. So, getting a unit today, Santa Ana. Challenge accepted.
So Danny sends me an email, tells me there's an auction in Santa Ana today. I thought to myself, great, I'm coming out here anyway. I'm in the middle of another restoration on an old Triumph motorcycle I got, so I gotta pick up stuff from my painter. And I figured, why not throw an auction in? I've never been to this particular facility, but we're gonna roll the dice today.
Manifesting money over here.
You're manifesting money?
Yeah, manifesting.
Well, then I'm manifesting a unit today because I haven't gotten one, like, I think ever. This place sucks for me.
The best units are going to be revealed.
The stars are aligned.
Yes.
Small unit with big profit.
Woo! So shall it be done.
Should I read my horoscope?
Which your horoscope
Oh,
say?
let's hear it. Go, girl, go.
This is the day to show the world what you're made of. The universe will present you with immense opportunity, but you must be fearless.
Wow.
Gangster.
People will be shocked at what you can accomplish when you put your mind to something.
Oh, Lord.
Are we listening to this? Well, you, Santa Ana.
All right. Well, this was a short drive. Hopefully, that's some good units because I'm ready to buy. What's up? Let's auction. It's 10 o'clock.
What up,
How
Renee?
you doing, Renee?
Boom, boom.
Bam!
Wow.
What's up, Kenny?
What's up with you, bro?
What's Kenny doing today?
Kenny is doing it. He manifesting a lot of stuff right now. I want to manifest a good unit. You manifest it, it's gonna come.
Looks like you manifested an appearance from Barry.
Whoa!
Nice to have you. God, I love your cardigan.
We got a crowd today.
We got a crowd today.
Well, look, it's the low-hanging fruit.
All right, welcome to the auction. We're down in Lord Austin with StorageAuctions.net. Before you go through these gates, you need to know the rules. You're going to go to the unit, remove the lock, open the door. It's going to give you 5 minutes to take a look around. You can't go inside the unit. You can't open any boxes. And who's ever got the most money in their pocket today can own it. Are you ready? Let's go. Right on there. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
All right, folks, let's go.
Get it open, Kenny. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
Manifestation.
Corner unit special. Come on now. Packed and stacked.
At least it's clean. Somebody bought boxes. There's a nice dolly in here. Laundry basket, tools. Yeah, let's see what it goes for.
Ooh. I want to say something nice, but I can't.
I don't think you're even trying.
I was hoping there'd be a lot more.
Okay, this is kind of interesting right here, boy. They got trolleys. You could carry a person away and move them far away. Walkers. You got a basket there and a basket at the top. This is my type of stuff. $100, boy.
Really?
Yeah. You don't even got to go up down and say sold.
I can't do that.
I like the tires on this thing. It's like sturdy. A lot of boxes. Looks like it was put away nicely. There could be something in here. We'll see.
Okay.
I'll leave you with that.
Thank you.
All right, and if you're ready to go, I'm ready to go. And here we go, number 20. What's your pleasure? What are you going to pay? Say it. How much money? Where?
5
I got 25 right there, but I'm 30.
Are you serious?
How much?
Bro, what we talked in the hallway, boy?
I forgot all about it. What'd you tell me? You want to start it there?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, man. All right, here we go. And I got 100 there. What did I go to where? I got 100, 1 and a quarter, 125 there, and 100 and a half, 175. What did I tell you? What did I do? 2 and a quarter, 25. What did I do? 275 where? Yeah, 275. Now 3. I got 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, straight up to 350. Yeah, 350. 75 now. 375. We're going to be 400. 375 going once. 400, 400, 400 going twice. Last time found a call. Would it be the point before the bucks and that? Don't let you wait. Kenny, 375 Kenny.
Kenny, do it.
I manifest this here unit, boy.
And notice, I never bid against you.
Neither did I.
Well, America, your boy Kenny think he didn't hit the jackpot because you know what I did? I manifest this here unit. I put it out to the universe. Universe, don't you let me down.
Where are we going now?
We're going to go straight inside the doors here inside. Come on now. Crates, crates, and more crates. I'm grateful.
Incredible.
It's incredible.
But you know what? The last time I bought a unit with a bunch of crates like this, I found a lot of video games in it.
Are they worth something?
I kept half of them because I like the video games.
All right.
Look at this here, boy. Got all kind of stuff, and I can easily maneuver it. Come right here, boom, boom, boom.
We were going to call this the Crateful Dead unit.
Yeah, if you buy these crates, you fully end up dead. Well, what I really like about this locker, Barry's probably gonna buy, because he has no idea what a bad unit looks like.
Well, I tell you, I love it. I mean, what's not to love? First of all, it's got a whole locker full of stolen milk crates.
Right.
Oh, didn't notice the black bong down there, did you?
I think that's cobalt blue.
Oh, that's a cobalt blue bong.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bong.
Vase.
It looks like there's a lot of decorative items in here, so it's kind of giving me hope that there might be something useful in some of these crates. So I'm gonna go ahead and bid on it.
All right, and if you're ready to go, I'm ready to go. I got a nice little crate unit. Start them in. Set it with how much money? We're gonna call it a rate. I've got 25. What about 50, 50 where? They can 50 there. What about 75, right? They're gonna put one where? One there. What are the corners? 25, 100, how many with the 150, 175, 175, what about 2? What about 22? What about 2 corner there? What about 2? How many with the 250? They got 225. Going once, and 250 going twice. Last time found the call at 259. Don't let you wait. Brandy, $225 Brandy.
Got it going on today, girl.
Go on with your bad self.
I should read my horoscope more often. It happened. I got a unit. I said I was going to, and I did. And I think this one's going to be decent. I really like this guy in the corner, so I hope that that is the tone for the rest of this unit. Can't wait to go through it.
All right, come on now. Get this door open. Woo! Oh. Excuse me.
Oh, boy. We got a garbage disposal. Is that what that is?
No, I don't think so. I think these are can lights, Barry.
Yeah, I think you're right now, yeah. And what is that, little Rolo I caught?
Yeah, it's mother-in-law's bed. Don't even bother putting a mattress on it.
Mother-in-law's
Right,
bed.
make her feel right at home.
So what is in there?
They might be can lights.
Can lights, yeah? Does JBL make a lot of can lights?
No, they make sound stuff.
Yeah. Like speakers?
Oh, those are probably speakers.
Oh.
Better than can lights.
Yeah. And then there's all these boxes right there. So if these are all speaker supplies, this is actually a big money locker. I'm gonna bid on this one.
All right. I like the confidence.
Keep on telling people they're ceiling lights.
Well, they're speakers.
Wow. That sounds like a squeaky bed frame. And some JBLs. I don't really know that I have any use for anything in here, Dan.
What we got? Oh, paint. That what that is? Paint? No, that's Speakums.
What?
Speakums. This look like an electric bed. You seen the movie when they hook it up to the battery and
Torture bed.
Yeah,
That is not a torture bed.
It look like it.
All right, here we go. Number 20. What are you going to pay the little speaker unit? 100. 100 there. 1 and a quarter where? 1 and a quarter, 100 and a half, 150, 7, 5 and a 2. And 2, sir. What about 3? 3. 3 and a quarter, 25. 3 and a quarter, 350, 375, 75. What about the bit before? The bit before there? 4 and a quarter. Like a 425. 4 and a half and a bit before 50. 475. Yeah. 475. 500. 500 where? 475. Going once. 500. 500 going twice. Last and final call. 500 bucks and a half. Don't let you
has speakers, I listen.
Folks, that's the end of the auction, and don't forget to pay the lady. See you in the office.
Will, I got skunked today.
Yeah, you know, happens. Especially to me at this place, but I did get a unit. It looks kind of decent.
And if there's not a bunch of stuff in it, I'll help you because I owe a little payback for Bozak.
I mean, you don't have to.
Well, I know I don't have to. You know, it's one storage buyer doing another storage buyer a solid.
Okay, Barry. Let's
I'm not going to sell it.
Let's
I
do
mean,
it. Let's
you
do
know,
it.
you want my help or not?
Well, let's go check it out.
Okay. Whoa, I didn't realize it was this mucked up.
Well, I mean, it's tidy. Here you go.
Oh, we're off to a flying start. $20. Can I be honest with you for a second?
Sure.
Lockers like this are my strongest weakness.
Combine Barry with Confucius, and you only get confused. That's beautiful. Let's go in here. So.
I love that.
Wait a minute.
What's that?
Are these?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Yeah, hold on.
Yastrzemski, Cal Ripken Jr., Pete Rose, Johnny Bench.
There's rookie cards. Wade Boggs. Oh, Nolan Ryan.
There's some good ones.
There's some good ones.
Yeah, there is.
At least $500. These are interesting.
Let me see. They're souvenir cups from Santa Anita.
1993.
Yep. $10 a piece. I think it's $100.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah. What is that?
I don't know.
What is it? A granny panty mannequin?
Shut up.
What? Let me see that.
It's a chastity belt.
No way.
Guaranteed virginity. Chastity protector. Shut up. There's more than one in there.
What are the granny panties on?
Well, they gotta protect them. Who has the key?
Guaranteed virginity.
Can't put nothing in there. That is
I'm scared just
amazing.
I see a tetanus shot in your future.
These have got to be worth some money. These are hysterical. Look at the patina on that.
Oh my God. It's just gross.
I'm sure you know somebody that knows about
Listen,
these.
I do know someone, okay?
All right. Who exactly do you know?
I know a Dom.
Oh, even better. Or maybe worse. I not only made my money back because it was like $225. I got a lot of good stuff here, and I'm really excited to meet your Dom friend. I actually cannot wait. And hopefully these are worth some, but if not, I think we're gonna have fun.
Guaranteed moneymaker. Everybody thought these were like lighting fixtures, even though JBL does not make lighting fixtures to my knowledge. These are in-wall speakers, or actually in-ceiling speakers. And then this should just cover up this right here. Oh, well, here we go. And this will just be in your ceiling, pop out there. And that's how you get surround sound or pool speakers or stuff like that. These usually run about $150 to $200 a piece new. I will sell these for 75 bucks a piece. There we go. Every one we pull out is 75 bucks to me. And these sell fast because people always need these for their house, for their pool, for their businesses. And we have 17. So 17 times 75, 1275. And these are bigger ones down here. These are Tannoy. I'm gonna get $100 for these. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's another 500 bucks. You know what? We're doing good. See, I tell people all the time, knowledge is power. Oh, look, ultra slim cases. I put 16 gigabit junk. I mean, they were nice cases, but they just nobody cares about them. Junk. You know what? The lockers kind of stunk today. But I listened to my guts, and I found some opportunity. I spent $475. My work here is done.
Let's see what the universe has granted Kenny. I hope y'all bought me that M-O-N-E-Y, kumbaya. Come on now. This is the handle. All right, this is the other part of the wheelie. Put it like this, young. Look at that. 35 bucks for the wheelie. What we got? Toilet paper. Now, where were you when the Corona was around? $15 in toilet paper. Now, what could the universe be telling me? I'm not gonna play with this because it's bad luck. $20. Let me see what we got here. Peacock backpack. Some kid probably want to show off their feathers. $5. Oh, nuts. And both. 25 bucks. Oh, look at him. I never seen no bowl like this. This has got all kind of beautiful pictures in here. It's so pretty. Let me see what else you got. Oh, same up there. He trying to tell me something. This is kind of special here, boy. We found one more item here, and it's just a matching T-boat. Made in China. This might raise some money. We go downtown Atlee and see what this is worth. I want to see what the story is behind these bowls and plates, because each one of them tells a story. We got some crutchums. Well, $10 for some crutchums. Got the tabletop with the table leg, $40. Some Dickums, boy, brand new Dickums. Go to the wayside. 34. About 3 more months, I could probably get these 34. Oh, some more Dickums. These are brand new. This whole box here, $100, bro. I done cleaned up everything I could with this locker, and I still got them bowls to go look at. But I need to check with you, Universe. This is not over yet. Today I'm going to see Cynthia Lindley at Golden Bear Antiques to get a price on all these porcelain plates. Cynthia!
Oh, hey, you must be Kenny.
Yes, I am, girl. So I called you about these his names right here.
Yes.
Which I really don't know nothing about. I was about to eat some cereal out of it, but I said, hold on, let me call you.
Okay.
And figure out what we have here.
I'll see if I can help you with those. Oh, yeah, that's really nice. Put that over there.
You can
a little
drain the noodles out of that one.
Yeah, that's a good strainer. Or a fruit bowl.
I wouldn't use it, but yeah. Kenny don't eat fruit. Too healthy.
I'm with you on that one.
My insides are ruined. We got a
little spoon, soup spoon.
So can you tell me about my new finds here?
Well, what you have is a beautiful example of rose medallion china.
Oh.
These are still from China, but they're not from the 1800s. They're from the 1930s or 40s, but they're fine reproductions in porcelain.
So it is porcelain.
Oh, yeah. But if these were authentic from the 1800s, this piece would probably be $5,000. The one color that is the telltale is the orange. And over time on the originals from 1850, the orange actually turned into rust color. And so they've tried to recreate that rust color here. You can see this should have been orange, but they've really did it not a really good job on the rust here.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me how much my new finds are worth?
Well, they're very nice. So I'd say probably $700.
For $700, I'm taking that to the bank.
That's
the food bank, girl.
Oh, that's a good score, and you're going to share the well.
I don't know about all that.
Barry's getting his Dom friend, Mistress Gloria, to take a look at the chastity belts that we found. How did my life turn out like this?
Gloria busy at work.
Never too busy for you, Barry.
I appreciate that. Brandy, say hello to my homegirl, Gloria.
Hey, Brandy. I see you brought your Dom today.
I did. I certainly did.
I can tell who's in charge here.
Well,
keep this bitch on a leash.
She wears the pants and the
I like
belt.
the sound of that. My kind of girl.
So what is the safe word today?
Today's safe word is going to be kumquat.
It's a rare fruit.
You're a rare fruit.
Yeah.
What do you have here?
Well, I've never seen anything like this.
I find that very hard to believe.
Especially with the pink granny panties.
They're extra absorbent.
These aren't yours. They look like your size.
They are, but they're not my color. Actually, my favorite color is gamboge.
So these are chastity belts. A lot of people think that these originated around the 15th and 16th century, but they actually kind of came about around the 19th century as a medical device to stop masturbation.
I thought their purpose was to protect virginity. You know what I mean?
Absolutely not, no. These were designed to stop masturbation.
But these are meant for women.
These ones are meant for women, correct, but
there are ones meant for the males.
Yeah, so in modern day BDSM, we actually do use chastity devices. They're a little more plastic, a little more comfortable materials, as comfortable as you can get. I don't know about forgiving.
He thought that this one was kind of new.
Yeah, this one is a little newer. This one is a novelty. So just kind of like a jokey item.
But this one...
So this one here, this originated, I would say, in about about the 1850s, and this was something that was actually functional. And you'd open it up right here, step inside, just like a little pair of underwear.
Lots of information to take in. Are these worth anything?
So this one right here, this is more of a novelty piece. Could make some good decor for somebody's home, somebody's dungeon.
I could use it for staging.
This one I would say about 100.
Really?
Yeah.
What about this fella?
So this guy right here, I think you could get 850.
What?
No.
Are you calling me a liar, Barry?
No, mister. Sorry.
Randy Passante dominated the men, spanking them with a $1,345 profit. Renee Nazota listened to his locker and accrued a sound 1,300 big ones. The universe kept Kenny in check as he collected $600. And while Barry Weiss helped Randy, he couldn't quite help himself.
Let's, you know what, if we want to play a game, then maybe like you flip that coin, you know, heads, you got to pay your buyer's premium.
Okay.
Tails, I'm going to give you 1% off your buyer's premium.
Are you ready, girl?
Okay, come on, come on, come on.
Who you say?
You know I'm going to want heads, but I know you want tail.
Yeah, all day,
Today,
every day.
Every day. Come on, show me,
Yeah, the
show me,
winner
show me.
Girl, I get the tail. The tail in a...
Yes! So you only have to pay 14% buyer's premium today and not 15.
I'm so lucky.
Flip it, dip it, rub it down and whip it.
Go
Come
on,
on,
girl.
come on.
Bruce was my brother. He's my youngest brother. Me and my brother were close. We were tight. Bruce is not the type of person to just go off and not let anybody know where he was going and what he was doing. The fear started to set in when I had not heard from my brother. The police are looking to see if there was anything that may have caused him to disappear. They can't find him. Nobody wants to feel somebody that they love to be discarded like that. I wasn't going to let him go like that. He didn't deserve this. And I just kept at it again. Giving up on him is like maybe giving up on myself. I was going to find out what happened to my brother.
New York City is the place where people come to realize their ambitions, their hopes, and their dreams. It is the land of opportunity. It's where things happen.
It's Monday morning, and 55-year-old Bruce Blackwood does something unusual, at least for him. He calls in to the off-track betting parlor he manages and tells them he won't be coming in.
It was a very brief call. The person that took the phone call said, Bruce said, I slipped and fell in the bathtub. Have to go to the hospital. I can't make it into work. I was worried about him.
Bruce Blackwood worked as a manager at the OTB in Queens, out of O'Neill's. He had never missed a day's work.
They were very concerned, especially for the fact that he mentioned that he hit his head. Just didn't seem right at all.
When I heard that Bruce called in sick, I immediately called Bruce. When he didn't pick up, the first time I figured, okay, maybe he just didn't get to the phone. The second time, I was telling him, Bruce, it's Tina, pick up, it's me. The third time, the fourth, 5th, I said, something's wrong. He always picks up for me.
Bruce never picks up or calls back. The next day, he again fails to show up for work. Even his close friends can't get in touch with him.
I was out on maternity leave, but Bruce and I would talk to each other at least 2 or 3 times a day. After not hearing from him for a couple of days, I was in a complete panic. He was just gone.
A friend of his told me that she had not heard from Bruce, and did I hear from Bruce within those 2 days? And I said, no, something may have happened to Bruce. Because Bruce is not that type of a person to just go off and not let anybody know where he was going and what he was doing. The fear started to set in.
No one had heard from him. So it was a missing persons case, and his brother went to police.
We received an official missing persons report on March 9th, which was 3 days after he called in sick at that point.
When Ed made this missing persons report, I knew it was very serious. That was scary. It was like reality hit. I felt like I was gonna jump out of my skin. I prayed that he was okay.
The next morning, detectives in Queens launch an intensive search for the missing man.
The first and foremost thing is to interview the person who is reporting the individual missing. And in this case, it was Bruce Blackwood's brother, Ed.
We grew up together in Queens. In high school, Bruce, he played the clarinet for the band. He sang in a glee club. He was very much involved in different types of organizations. Bruce was very friendly. Me and my brother were close. I mean, we were tight. And Bruce always had a lending hand. He helped my mother out quite a lot.
When I was pregnant, Bruce would come over and rub my belly, and he'd say, I can't wait till you have this baby. I can't wait to hold him. I said to Bruce, you're gonna make a great uncle. He was so excited.
He was a very giving person. He could listen to you. He could always talk to my brother about anything. He would come through. He'd be there for you. Now, my brother was missing. I'm left out in the cold.
Detectives learn Bruce was well off, at least on paper, with real estate holdings worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. His hard work over nearly 4 decades helped cement his financial security.
Bruce worked for the airlines for 30 years as a flight attendant. And at that time, being a flight attendant was like star quality, you know what I mean? Then TWA went out of business. The OTB, it just went from a cashier all the way up to a manager.
Bruce loved to work. Bruce's life was work. He then got into the real estate. He wanted to invest in buying property, and when he was retired, he wanted to be able to just live a comfortable life. He was a go-getter.
Bruce Blackwood was a striver, a hardworking New York guy who took what little money he had and bought rundown properties and turned them into apartments.
After Bruce's brother Ed reports Bruce missing, he then begins his own search.
I went to the building that he owned in Bushwick. I got a group together that consisted of family great friends. And I made up a picture of my brother and wrote out, had anybody seen him? And we went into that area, passing out posters. Went into the stores, nailed them up on the trees, stopped people in the street. That's what we did.
They do what they always do in New York. They post flyers everywhere, and they go door to door, trying to get any lead about where he might be. But they found nothing.
Detectives, meanwhile, search Bruce's home, looking for clues.
Detectives from my office responded to Mr. Blackwood's residence in Queens. Mr. Blackwood's Cadillac SUV was standing in his driveway. He had nice things, nice house.
We searched the house to make sure he hadn't fallen or something happened to him inside the house. There was nothing there to find out where he was. And there was no signs of any foul play.
We didn't have any physical evidence, even to say that this was a crime. He wasn't on any types of medication. He wasn't depressed. He didn't have any financial problems that we were aware of. And there was no reason why he would be missing.
I mean, it was like you're watching a movie and to say, is this happening to me? I don't feel that he had any kind of enemies that would cause him to disappear.
All roads led us to believe that there was definitely something nefarious had been done to Mr. Blackwood.
There was definitely foul play involved, but we didn't know what.
Basically, he fell off the face of the earth.
My brother was missing. We had not heard from him. They say that if they're not found within 2 to 3 days, then the outlook doesn't look good.
When we received the official missing persons report, Mr. Blackwood had already been missing for 4 days. We tried tracking his missing cell phone. Unfortunately, his cell phone was already powered off, and there was no way of obtaining his location. We subpoenaed his cell phone for cell phone records.
We had an all hands on deck. I was a homicide investigator at the time and worked in the 113 precinct for a long time. We do a morgue search, check for car accidents. Unfortunately, in this case, he had just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Nobody had a bad thing to say about the man. He was loved by all.
Detectives interview employees at the off-track betting parlor that Bruce managed.
He handled the money, the OTB. Back then, the OTB in the city was making a lot of money. And people could bet on horses in the bar. He was responsible for the safe. So we needed to check to make sure someone didn't rob him or hold him, maybe try to take money from the OTB.
We spoke to everybody to try to gain more information. Nobody knew anything additional.
Those are crazy gamblers, but he never led me to believe that there might be a customer that might be after him or anything like that.
We went down every avenue possible to see if there was any other potential people who may have been involved in Bruce's disappearance. We turned up nothing.
Nothing made sense. Nothing jumped off the page as to why, who.
Investigators asked the public to help them find Bruce Blackwood.
We had the missing person squad print up missing posters. We distributed them to every precinct in the city, all 75 of them. We also flooded the neighborhood where Bruce resided, and the locations where he owned the property in the Bronx and in Brooklyn.
Sometimes witnesses come forward. I've seen that individual. I last saw him here. I heard about this, things of that nature.
Unfortunately, we didn't develop any leads from the missing posters. So we were very concerned, but we never turn our backs on anybody.
Police question tenants in the buildings Blackwood owned. If he's met with foul play, and not just missing, a tenant might be to blame.
Police obviously hit neighbors, tenants, particularly tenants, because if he's going to have any kind of conflict, it's going to be with tenants. People who don't pay the rent, people who complain and threaten lawsuits, people who might be conceivable enemies.
I went to the Hancock Street address in Brooklyn to interview the tenants that live in the building and the handyman / super. He lived in the apartment on the 3rd floor. He invited us in. We went up to his apartment on the 3rd floor.
The handyman told detectives that he saw Mr. Blackwood on Tuesday, the following day, which would be March 7th.
Bruce had arrived at the house at about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. They discussed renovations that were being done, and Bruce had told him that he had to take a ride somewhere to run some errands.
At some point, he heard a horn beeping outside, and Mr. Blackwood told him that his friend Mike was outside. He then observed Mr. Blackwood leave the building and entered a black Toyota Camry and drove off with this individual.
The handyman didn't know who Mike was, never saw him before, and that was the last time that he had seen Mr. Blackwood.
Detectives sweep the Brooklyn neighborhood, looking for video of the black car.
We checked the immediate area for video cameras. There was a supermarket directly across the street, but the video cameras that they had were not working properly.
I could not think of one person that Bruce ever mentioned to me with the name Mike. There were a couple of coworkers named Mike at work, but no one that Bruce was friendly with on that level.
All cops had was Bruce Blackwood was last seen with a guy named Mike in a car, but Mike could be anybody.
We needed to find out who Mike was immediately. We were running out of time. We tried to locate this guy, Mike. He was the only leader at that time. We immediately went out and did canvases through the neighborhood.
Nobody knew any individual by the name of Mike with a black Toyota Camry, and certainly didn't know anybody that Mr. Blackwood would just go with without letting anybody know. We were unsuccessful coming up with any Mikes.
We just could not find him. It really bothered me. Bruce Blackwood was an upstanding citizen, did everything right his whole entire life. What happened to Mr. Blackwood?
Not knowing about whether my brother was alive or dead is the hardest thing to grasp. I felt that something will show up eventually, and I was just hoping that the best would show up, you know, not the worst.
Mr. Blackwood was not an individual that would go off the grid for several days. There was no reason other than something must have happened to him for him to disappear like this. We believed Mr. Blackwood was no longer with us, and it was extremely frustrating not being able to find any physical evidence to indicate that he was in fact a victim of a homicide.
Bruce's friends tell detectives they'd recently seen a change in his behavior.
Right before I went on maternity, I knew something was wrong. Bruce was very anxious. He was very moody. He didn't want to talk, and that was not like him. He said, yeah, everything's fine. Everything's okay. As his friend, I just felt like, okay, I'm going to respect his privacy.
Bruce Blackwood had a very good friend who lived in Pennsylvania, and he would come up and visit him every other weekend.
He had been staying with him for the weekend prior to him last being seen. This individual had told us that Mr. Blackwood was on edge and there was something bothering him. At some point during the day, Mr. Blackwood just got very angry and agitated and started saying stuff like, I don't know why I got involved with these individuals.
His friend questioned him on it, trying to get him to give him some information, and he refused. He just wouldn't say who he was actually talking about.
Detectives speak to a friend of Bruce's who says she went looking for him at his Brooklyn building even before he was reported missing. There was no sign of Bruce, but she did see something alarming.
At the time of Mr. Blackwood's disappearance, one of his best friends she observed the handyman, Luis Perez, driving Mr. Blackwood's Cadillac SUV.
She immediately flagged down a police car she saw going by and relayed the information that Bruce Blackwood owns that car and that he would not have given it to anybody else.
The officers actually conducted a car stop and spoke to Mr. Perez. Yes, this is my boss's car. Mr. Blackwood asked me to hold on to the car for him and move it for alternate side of the street.
We have alternative side parking in New York, and you have to move your car to the other side of the street. Once, twice a week. Some neighborhoods every day. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for a handyman to move someone's car.
The explanation that Luis Perez gave us was very legitimate because alternate side of the street was in effect for that whole week.
Looking for a solid lead, detectives interview one of Bruce's neighbors.
Spoke to a neighbor who recalled the weekend right before Mr. Blackwood went missing that he observed Mr. Blackwood involved in an argument with two individuals standing in his driveway. Described both individuals as being male Hispanics. One of the males he recognized from doing work on Mr. Blackwood's house, and he believed that he was a employee and the handyman for Mr. Blackwood. He stated that the altercation became heated. Both men appeared very agitated. He overheard Mr. Blackwood say something to the effect that it wasn't supposed to cost this much money. That's not what we agreed on. The argument was definitely over money. As we all know, money could be the root of all evil. Money can destroy friendships. It can destroy families. So this argument definitely raised our suspicions a lot because we were looking for a motive for Mr. Blackwood's disappearance, and money appeared to be a very viable motive at this point. Mr. Blackwood was doing very well for himself, drove a fancy car, had several properties, and money did provide us a motive for why he was murdered. So at this point, we were looking very much into his handyman, Luis Perez, being a suspect.
With money as the possible motive, detectives look more closely at Bruce Blackwood's finances.
I personally went to the American Airlines Credit Union, and that's when we realized Bruce had been to that credit union to report that he was missing 13 checks.
A total of 13 personal checks that were fraudulently signed, or forged checks. 12 of those checks were written out to Luis Perez, and one check was written out to Martin Rodriguez, an individual Luis Perez basically hired to do work at Hancock Street. The The total amount for all 13 forged checks was $7,700.
Luis Perez was somehow involved. But unfortunately, we had to wait on subpoenas to the banks, to the credit union, to prove it.
Blackwood, he's a small investor, and $7,700 is a great deal of money to a blue-collar worker who's trying to make good.
My brother became very suspicious about the checks, so he knew that something was going on with Perez.
Detectives dig into Luis Perez's record.
It was shocking. He spent 10 years in jail in Massachusetts for attempting to kill his daughter and the mother of the child. State troopers actually stopped him, and he stabbed one of the state troopers.
Weeks after detectives ask for Bruce's phone records, they finally arrive. They go over his calls, including the one he made to OTB. Bruce had said he'd slipped in the bathtub and couldn't come to work.
We were able to triangulate that call, and he was hitting off a cell phone tower approximately 2 blocks away from the Hancock Street location. We believed that he was actually inside and that he was with Luis Perez.
Detectives can't prove Bruce was murdered, but they do have proof someone had been stealing from him.
We received copies of all the forged checks. Handwriting analysis was able to determine that Luis Perez did write those checks out. Luis Perez was arrested and was charged with multiple counts of grand larceny and forgery. We also secured a search warrant for Perez's Hancock Street residence, where we believe Mr. Blackwood was murdered. We had extreme high hopes of finding any kind of physical evidence inside that residence linking Luis Perez to the murder: DNA, blood, weapons, knives, things of that nature. Our crime scene unit ripped up carpeting. They removed drain pipes, traps in the sinks and the shower and bathtub.
Unfortunately, there was nothing there that they found that could help in our investigation. So it was very disheartening and very upsetting to everybody who was involved. I was very dejected.
Luis Perez pleads guilty to passing fraudulent checks.
We put Luis Perez in jail for at least 2 to 4 years. And he probably was going to do all 4 because of his past criminal history.
But all this proves is that these guys were stealing from Blackwood, and this still is a missing persons case.
It was upsetting to think that Luis Perez would only get 2 to 4 years for forgery when he definitely had something to do with Bruce's disappearance, but they had no evidence.
Police have no evidence, no witnesses, and no body proving Bruce was murdered. The case of his disappearance goes as cold as the deep waters of the East River.
So unfortunately, we were at a standstill. Mr. Perez was incarcerated, and in essence, the case did become cold at that point.
I never thought that this case was ever going to get solved. There was nothing.
So I said to myself, I'm not going to let my brother die like this. This is a hell of a way for him to go out. He didn't deserve this. Giving up on him is like maybe giving up on myself, you know? I would find out really what happened to my brother. They had determined that it was a cold case. They couldn't go any further. Nobody wants to feel somebody that they love to be discarded like that. I wasn't going to let him go like that. I was going to find out who killed my brother.
If somebody murdered a family member of mine and nobody was held accountable, that would destroy me, my family, anybody's family.
Bruce's brother, Ed, never gave up. He was not letting this go. He wanted justice to be served.
I just kept at it again.
NYPD has really countless cold cases, and they only hear people who keep trying. And that's what Ed Blackwood did.
Steve Palin, take one. Mark?
I retired in 2008, but I became friends with Ed over the years. Ed told me he was going to try to get a hold of news agencies, TV networks, somebody that would show a little interest in his brother's disappearance.
I was reading an article from this Daily News reporter. I thought it was well done. So I said, what the hell do I have to lose?
He reached out to the Daily News. An investigative reporter took up the story and pursued it.
I hit the streets and started climbing stairs and knocking doors, like detectives do, trying to find folks who remembered Bruce Blackwood. And much to my surprise, 5 years later, people did.
The Daily News reporter goes looking for Luis Perez, the man convicted of stealing over $7,000 from Bruce Blackwood, who was now out of prison and back on the street.
Perez was the key point in my brother's death. I felt that very strongly.
But Luis Perez was like a ghost. I turned my attention to trying to find him. But this guy moved around a lot. Eventually, I got him by phone, and he basically denied everything. On March 6th, we ran the story, and it got a kind of response that was remarkable.
It was in the Sunday paper, and it was a big article. They had interviewed me, and I told them that this case still haunted me, and I felt I didn't do my job. I didn't finish what I started.
In one police plaza. They didn't want to have any bad publicity going on, and that's when they reopened up the case.
Take one. Mark?
I was a first grade detective at the time in the NYPD. Cold Case Squad, we only focus on homicide. I'm reading the articles in the newspaper. A few days go by, and I'm getting summons to one police plaza by the chief of detectives and the police commissioner along with my boss. And they're telling me that I am going to take this cold case. It's my job as a detective to look at every single piece. I want to see everything. Why all of a sudden this man would just go missing. We checked everything. Everything led back to Perez. But when you can't even find the body, and if you don't have that one witness, you have nothing.
Weeks into the investigation, the detective gets contacted by an unexpected source.
was Luis Perez's daughter. She proceeded to tell me what she knew about this case. She says, he's going to do something like that again. She was so afraid of him, but she was afraid for the well-being of her daughter that she decided to come forward.
She was willing to come forward with this evidence because she did not want him near her or near her kids.
She goes, he talks about it all the time because it's like a trophy to him about how he got away with killing this man, and I feel bad, for that man's family. I asked her would she be willing to record him talking about it. We had a mini recorder that we gave her. She can seclude it in any place she wanted. I instructed her, listen, don't bring it up. Let him talk. If he's gonna talk, he talks. But I don't need you prompting him to do anything.
What she did, it was very risky. Very risky because he is a terrible man. I think there is a part of her that realized that her father was pure evil.
He talked about how he could do the perfect crime and no one would ever find out.
And in that conversation, Luis Perez, in detail, told her how he had killed Bruce Blackwood in that apartment.
She probably couldn't live with somebody who had killed someone. That's the only way I could think of it.
The fact that she came forward is astounding. I didn't see that happening.
I couldn't believe it. I said, our prayers are finally answered.
But the recordings alone may not be enough to convict Luis Perez.
What he said on that recorder is not really a confession. Any defense attorney would be like, yeah, look at him, he's a braggart, big guy in the streets. And we knew, and the DA said it too, you're gonna have to bring in whatever witnesses you can find that can corroborate that tape.
There was no body. The body in itself is such a big piece of evidence in a murder case from a prosecutor's standpoint that is a very, very tough case and not a case that is brought often at all.
It's almost unprecedented that someone's convicted of homicide without a body. There is no crime without a victim.
The defense attorney could stand up and say, we don't know what happened to Bruce Blackwood. And that could have convinced a jury. There's always that fear. We knew Luis Perez killed Bruce Blackwood. We knew that he had gotten rid of his body and that he had done a good job in getting rid of it. There was no forensic evidence whatsoever, meaning not even a blood trail. No body, not even a piece of a body. Still, I secured an indictment, and Detective Strafford went out and arrested Luis Perez.
By the start of the murder trial, police locate some key witnesses, including Perez's former helper.
Martin Rodriguez, this little squirrely, mousy type of guy who couldn't hurt a fly, who was scared to death that Perez was out to get him. Martin Rodriguez was Perez's flunky, for want of a better word, because that's exactly what he was.
Martin Rodriguez got on the stand, and that's how we got a lot of insight into what happened to Bruce Blackwood. It was very clear that Martin Rodriguez had nothing to do with the murder of Bruce Blackwood.
14 days into the trial, Perez's daughter takes the stand to reveal what her father told her.
She testified to what her dad had told her in gruesome, terrible details. Everything that he did to Bruce Blackwood. But the jury needed to hear the recording in his own voice. He said that Bruce had found out he had been stealing checks from him, and Perez said,
And he told him, the police is gonna come and get me and arrest me. So you're not.
He goes, I tied him to a chair.
I said, let me put him on the rope, let me put him to sleep like this. You know, I just do PTR and I start this man.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsting for a lively hotel. You'll find the Vegas resort near some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, yeah.
He then said that he knew he had to get rid of him.
Plastic that I put down is a construction plastic. The real thick plastic.
And then he went to work, his words. He went to work on his body. He used a saw, he used a machete.
Yeah, the saw and the machete. I had to. Because when I started using saw on the skin, it would just rip your skin and make a lot of mess. Something the machete doing, all I did was slice it like a piece of chicken. When I used to saw.
He used bleach to clean out the drains.
I cleaned that whole room, bleached the walls and everything. I used garbage bags with the bottom unit. Everything went in the garbage. And the garbage dump.
He paid several homeless people. They didn't know what they were doing, and they just deposited the bags that had Mr. Blackwood's remains in different locations so that they would be picked up by sanitation.
Looking to strengthen their case, prosecutors called Perez's former girlfriend and neighbor to the stand.
She goes into Perez's apartment and she says, "Where's Mr. Blackwood? I heard the police have been here." And Perez says, "Don't worry about Mr. Blackwood. He's gone. I went to work on his body. He's not coming back." And he had some type of electrical saw or a power saw on top of the table, dismantled in several pieces, and he was placing them inside a garbage bag. He told her, "If you tell anybody, I'll kill you. I'll kill your family. Keep your mouth shut."
She was crucial to my case because I think the jury needed to believe that a whole body has disappeared. It makes it more real.
After a 3-week trial, the jury begins deliberating.
I was worried, thinking that Luis Perez might go free because there was no evidence and there was no body.
The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours, and they found him guilty of murder in the second degree. Ed Blackwood broke down in the courtroom, and then he left.
I didn't have a body to bury. My brother was chopped up, and for him to be stuffed in bags like he was a piece of garbage, to be destroyed like that, you know, I mean, that hurt really, really tremendously.
Luis Perez was sentenced to 25 to life, and that was the maximum sentence that was allowable under the law. So there is some justice there. Is there justice for Bruce Blackwood? No. The way he was tragically taken, the way his remains were desecrated, there's no justice in that.
I was a detective for over 20 years. I have seen some brutal crimes, but this was the worst.
It's been years since this happened, but I know if he was here, we would still be friends. Bruce would have made a great uncle. He would have been so involved and so loving to my son. I miss Bruce tremendously.
I've lost my brother someone that I had loved, my confidant, and you can't replace that. You can never replace that. That's all I can say is I miss him a lot. I miss my brother a lot.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Aero. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert in looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create everything you need to grow a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Aero. That's GoDaddy.com/AIRO.
This episode of The First 48.
This is a hell of a scene.
Detectives discover the remains of a woman burned beyond recognition.
This is gonna be a tough one.
The brutal murder leaves a neighborhood outraged.
You know something? Say something.
And just as the case is about to run cold,
I heard all this noise.
a witness comes forward who may put detectives on the trail of the killer.
We're gonna get him, lock him up for good.
Here, he's on the line.
For homicide detectives, the clock starts ticking the moment they are called. Their chance of solving a murder is cut in half if they don't get a lead within the first 48 hours. Cleveland, Ohio. 9:35 a.m. A man walking in the St. Clair Superior neighborhood spots something suspicious behind an abandoned house and notifies police.
5 Barney 14. Can you respond now, please?
A patrol unit responds and makes a gruesome discovery.
They're gonna want that homicide object, please.
In a pile of ashes, they find the charred remains of a body.
I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. In 1981, I decided to come to Cleveland. It's a good family town. It's a good place to raise a kid.
Detective Wally Everett has been on the Cleveland police force for 30 years. He joined the force, becoming a stress counselor for police officers before transferring to homicide.
When I came to homicide, they put me with Mike, who was a senior guy.
My career is getting short, and I just want to get all my cases solved before I retire next year.
Everett's partner, Detective Mike Smith, has 35 years on the job. The grandfather of 5 spent 16 years in the department's strike force unit before transferring to homicide in 2001.
So you won't retire next year if you want to get him all, son. It works out because he's a genuinely nice guy, or I'm not so nice. I don't really like people in general. He's taught me a lot. We get on each other's nerves, but we work well together.
And we learn something new every day.
Every day.
There's not too much left of her.
It appears that the fire consumed a lot of the victim.
I mean, she's unrecognizable. There's no identification around her. No way to tell how long she's been here.
The only thing we have left on her basically is her hand.
This is a hell of a scene. This is the worst one I've seen yet.
She might have been dead when they burned her.
They put her in a good spot here. Most everything around here is abandoned. A lot of ash on top of you. You see what like look like it's burnt paper all over the back of the victim. Arson investigators are trying to establish what caused the fire.
Investigators test ashes around the victim's body for signs of an accelerant.
Sign of gas, huh?
We definitely got ignitable liquid right by her arms.
The heat was very intense. You can tell by how the boot has been burned. So they really wanted to burn this victim up really bad.
They definitely plan to make it difficult for us.
Medical examiners process the body to try and determine cause of death.
Because of the extent of the burn, we can't tell at this time what the victim died from.
Bags for the hand.
They're putting the bag over the hands to preserve fingerprint to make positive identification on the victim.
Somebody had to see the fire.
Smell something. Well, yeah, I would smell, see.
Because an accelerant, you know, like gas, because
It's gonna go up. Yeah. Well, you know, abandoned.
Yeah.
Abandoned. Vacant.
Is that one vacant?
This one isn't. No.
Okay, yeah. I mean, somebody got to see something.
It's residential, but a lot of drugs in this area. There used to be a gang down here. Most of them are in jail now. They used to wreak havoc. I was wondering if you might have heard or seen anything in the area.
Did you see or hear anything recently, like a fire out there?
No. They're just wondering if anybody around here heard or saw or knows anything.
You didn't happen to see a light from the fire? Nothing.
How you doing, sir? Did you notice anybody walking in the area this morning or last night?
No one in the neighborhood remembers seeing a fire or anyone suspicious.
What we're going to have to do is find out who she is in order to backtrack and make a determination on who did this to her. The burning of the body makes it much more difficult because it burns up a lot of the evidence. They do these things that we have to overcome with new technology and great detective work.
Back in the early 90s, late 80s, we used to have all type of ethnic families living on the street, where Puerto Rican, black, white, whatever. And then for you to find a body, not only a body, but a female's body, back there and behind the house, burnt beyond recognition, that's sad.
This is gonna be a tough one.
The economy here, just like everywhere else in America, has been struggling. But the city is coming back. They're building new homes and new businesses that have come into downtown.
We have a lot of young police officers on the job now that are eager. They just want to do a decent job for people in the city of Cleveland.
The next morning, Everett and Smith go to the medical examiner's office, hoping to get an ID on their victim through fingerprints.
Okay.
What's going on, bud? How are you? You gonna work your magic?
You know, when they took the bags off the hands, I was like, wow. The hands were pristine.
Well, it's promising. That's good.
From there, the system will take it. It'll launch a search.
Unless they get an ID on their victim, Smith and Everett will hit a dead end.
How long does it take the system to check that out?
We'll see.
Cleveland Homicide is investigating the murder of an unidentified woman found burned in the backyard of an abandoned house. Now, detectives Mike Smith and Wally Everett are hoping the victim's fingerprints will lead to an ID.
And here we go. Kimberly Bolton.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Technology at work.
Yes.
That gives us a starting point. Kick our investigation into another gear.
Appreciate it, Scott.
All right, gentlemen.
Thanks, man. Young girl.
23-year-old Kimberly Bolton was the mother of 3 children. She had a history of mental illness.
Here she only has a couple minor theft offenses. Nothing drug-related.
She had a stay in the county jail recently.
We'll try and make notification.
Detectives head out to the victim's most recent address.
This is always one of the hardest parts of our job. Make notification to the family that their loved one is not going to come home. Yes, this is it. Oh, boy. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, you familiar with Kimberly Bolton? Oh,
You know where they live? Any idea? Any idea where they live at?
Oh,
Okay, thank you. Mike's a terrible driver. We've been partners since March of 2006, actually.
The more I try to teach him, the dumber I get. Hard working with a recalcitrant individual. Do you know a lady by the name of Kimberly Bolton?
This is a shelter home. She might have been a resident here before I was.
Thanks for your help, sir.
Thank you.
Over the next few hours, detectives search several of the victim's previous addresses.
We're trying to locate relatives of someone who was killed, and this address was listed.
No one knows the victim.
Makes it more and more difficult for us to solve this, because we can't find out where it began at. We can't find out anything about her family, about where she was, or what she did. We know she died. We just don't know how she lived.
Thank you.
frustrating. The longer time goes by, the more time the suspect has to get away from us. We've got to do something to find out who this girl is.
The next morning, as the first 48 winds down, detectives try a different approach to track down the victim's next of kin.
We got a female victim of a homicide. She was in the county jail. Can you please look on the visitation log to see if anybody visited her? Oh, sweet.
The visitation logs reveal a name and a number of a possible family member.
Great deal. Ms. Johnson, my name is Detective Smith. I'm with the Cleveland Police. Do you have a sister by the name of Kimberly R. Bolton?
The woman on the phone confirms she is Kimberly's sister.
Is there a place that we can meet with you and speak with you in person? Okay.
Smith and Everett head out to interview the victim's sister, Crystal.
Most of my family is female, so I get overly protective just because I see what I see on a daily basis.
I got 4 granddaughters, and I'd hate to see anything like that happen to any of my babies.
We're going to the same area of town where the body was discovered, actually. We're going to try to find out when's the last time she saw the victim. Basically, we'll just be starting our investigation now.
In the first 48, Cleveland homicide detectives Mike Smith and Wally Everett responded to a call about charred remains discovered behind an abandoned house, identified their victim as 23-year-old Kimberly Bolton, and finally tracked down the victim's sister.
Crystal?
Sorry
for you.
Crystal has already been notified of her sister's murder.
You know if your sister was involved with anybody? I mean, you know, she having any fights or she having boyfriends that she might have been arguing?
You know anybody she might have been hanging out with, kicking it with?
I don't know. We get along with everybody. That's what we see why they do that to her.
Did she work or anything?
She had a mental problem.
Crystal says Kimberly suffered from bipolar disorder, and she had to give up custody of her children. Her oldest daughter is currently in foster care, while her 2 younger children are being cared for by family friends.
How long has she been diagnosed with?
Since we was kids. She was taking it. Well, she don't take it now, but she was starting to see a psychiatrist and stuff just to get back on it. I don't know.
She says Kimberly recently moved in with her and returned to school to get her GED.
When was the last time you saw your sister?
She left here Monday night.
Crystal says the last time she saw Kimberly was 2 days before her body was discovered.
I was having company, and she was right here at this table. That's your room and stuff. Like, Kim, I'm having company. And she got mad. She was up there slamming stuff, and then she left. I called her like Tuesday, and she didn't answer. And then I thought she didn't answer because she was mad. But I should have known she would have
picking up, and then Wednesday, and then Thursday, same thing.
She left by herself or was she with somebody?
Tasha seen her walking down the street with some dude. She said that he was walking a bike and Kim was walking behind her.
Crystal says a family friend saw Kimberly later that evening with a black male walking a bicycle.
But don't nobody know him or nothing.
I should know it all.
Is there anything else you can tell us that might help us find out who did this? Okay.
We'll be praying for you and your family.
Thank you.
At least we know that on Monday she was alive. Someone else saw her with a male walking a bike.
Well, go back in the neighborhood. Go on the back streets if anybody's observed anything, or if they heard anything.
You have to reach at everything in order to try and solve some of these murders.
As word of the murder spreads, the community gathers at the crime scene to honor Kimberly.
I want to thank everybody for coming out. I really appreciate it.
I want to say that I love my mom very much. She meant very much to me.
Only an animal would have done what they did to this young lady.
Amen.
We got to put a stop to this. The only one can do it is us. Somebody in this community was out here. Somebody heard what happened that night. See, I'm sick and tired of people always coming to vigils and they upset and everything, but you know something, say something. If it's your mama, you want somebody to tell her.
That's right.
This is somebody's mother. It's time out for that coward nature. It's time for the real men to stand up in this community and be leaders. Lead by example. Lead by example.
The next day, detectives finally get the break they've been looking for.
My partner's probably about to have a stroke.
When I got up this morning, it was on my mind. I said, God, we got nothing to go on this case. The lady's found in the yard burned up, and thank God we got a phone call.
A person who lives in a rooming house that is adjacent to our crime scene is reporting that he might have witnessed this crime. You ready, Mike?
Yes, I'm ready. Tell from the beginning what you heard, what you saw.
It's been eating me alive.
In Cleveland, detectives Mike Smith and Wally Everett are investigating the murder of 23-year-old Kimberly Bolton. Now, a witness from a house behind the crime scene has come forward with information.
It's been eating me alive. It was Tuesday morning. I heard all this noise. Noise on the wall. Like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
The man says the day before Kimberly's body was discovered, he was awakened by sounds coming from the room next door.
Like some tussle. It's like your son, man, like your other though.
You knock on his door. Okay.
So, he said, what, man? I said, you all right in there? He said, yeah.
The man's neighbor at the rooming house said he had a woman in the apartment.
He said, she laying right here, we finna let her out. He said, I'll talk to you in the morning. I'll talk to you tomorrow. So I go back and lay down. So then I hear her, she like, really like that, like her face is in the cover of the pillow. But I'm thinking they having sex, you know, getting a bad sound. And then got quiet. Complete silence over there. You ain't having no TV, no radio. Next morning, you know, I ain't paying no mind. I went on to work. I come back. Come home from work. He's sitting on the porch. And he was like sitting out playing with his little toothpick. He said, you know that girl I had over? I said, yeah. He said, yes, you did. I said, where's she at? He said, she upstairs in the room. I see that body.
You see her after she was dead?
Yes. I went up there, he opened up that door. She was laying on the floor. She had jeans like pulled down like she was raped.
Detective Everett shows the witness a picture of the victim.
She said, she tried to take my money. He told me, don't tell me that. She said, don't tell me that. I love her.
You left the building or you left the park?
The building. Don't know what he gonna do to me, you know what I'm saying? He could do something to me.
That night, did you stay at your apartment?
Yes, I did.
The witness tells detectives he returned to the rooming house several hours later.
He wasn't there.
You weren't there?
I know he wasn't there because she got the bottom of the door. There wasn't no lights out.
No light.
He says he hasn't seen his neighbor since.
You got a car in there now?
No, he ain't got no car.
How's he get around?
Bicycle.
Walking down the street, some dude walking the bike.
What's his name?
Nick.
You know his last name?
Wood.
Smith looks up their potential suspect. 50-year-old Nathaniel Woods.
Convicted of aggravated robbery, grand theft motor vehicle. His unit has assault on a police officer. This was one of the most fortunate incidents that could have happened to us in this investigation. Static, believe me.
Now, got a couple quick questions. We'll be finished and you can get going. You know where he hangs out at?
Does he work?
Yeah, he do work.
Where does he work? You know where he works?
The witness says Nathaniel works at a metal factory and gives detectives an address.
You ride a bike all the way over there?
Yeah, he ride that bike. He work morning shifts. I was really scared, man. The dangerous mother.
A witness seems to be a little shaken up. He indicates that the male rides a bike all the time. The other witness last saw Kimberly with a male with a bike. Needs to get off the streets, and we need to get it done.
The following morning,
We're heading out to the house where the crime allegedly occurred.
Pair of handcuffs just in case we encounter this guy.
The witness told us that the suspect hadn't been back to the rooming house, but maybe someone at the house knows where he is.
It's probably right here.
This is right here. Police Department. Hey, hold up.
Sir, that's Nate Spike.
Oh, yeah.
Department if he is, for sure.
He upstairs on the 34th. Talking stuff.
Cleveland homicide detectives Mike Smith and Wally Everett are investigating the murder of 23-year-old Kimberly Bolton, whose body was set on fire in an abandoned backyard. Now, detectives are at their suspect's door, hoping to apprehend him.
Police.
There's no answer.
How you doing? I'm Detective Everett.
Detectives talk to the manager of the rooming house.
Have you been up in that room since you left?
He was yesterday. He was here yesterday.
The manager says Nathaniel Woods returned to his apartment the previous day, but left again last night.
But we got an arrest warrant for Nate, so if you see him, just call for a police car.
Have you seen any, like, cans around there? Maybe gas cans or anything they might have used? I don't live here. I would take a look in there. Yeah. Hey, kitty. What's going on? You didn't have to go very far to bring her. Found laying over there by that tree there.
Once the suspect allegedly killed a victim in this house behind us, he brought her out through this backyard and around the fence line where he knew there was a vacant house, dumped her body there, and set her on fire. Could have watched her burn from his window. We're gonna get him, lock him up for good. Showing up here, he think he getting away with it. And tomorrow's Monday. I'm sure he'll show up at his job.
I hope so.
The following day,
all right, we're going after Nathaniel Woods.
the U.S. Marshals Violent Fugitive Task Force prepares to apprehend their suspect, 50-year-old Nathaniel Woods.
Supposed to be at his place of employment.
We'll go inside.
Yeah, we're gonna go in. You guys can just stay outside. Okay. If he's there, we'll have him bring him to an office, and we'll call you guys in.
All right. Big place.
Good morning, it's the Cleveland Police. I need to talk to somebody in management, please. With U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, we're looking for Nathaniel Woods. Is he working today? Yeah, he's here. He's on the line. What kind kind of exits do we have close that he could go out?
There's an exit right downstairs that you can go out the side door.
Oh, wait, all right, we'll head back there now.
Always have eyes on it. Most sensible place that he'd come out.
JJ, we got him in custody, okay?
All right, we'll come around to where you're parked.
We're gonna take you downtown. Some detectives want to talk to you.
Sometimes it's just that easy.
Hey guys.
Hey, well, hey, man.
Mr. Woods.
Yes, sir.
I'm Detective Everett. This is my partner, Detective Smith. I'm sure you probably already know why you're here. Give us a couple minutes, and we'll be back to talk to you. Stay with me. All right.
He's pretty complacent at this time. He shows no type of emotion. So maybe he'll talk to us after we word him.
Mr. Woods, it's the homicide unit. You're here about a homicide.
Detectives Mike Smith and Wally Everett with Cleveland Homicide are investigating the murder of 23-year-old Kimberly Bolton. Now, they are questioning their main suspect, 50-year-old Nathaniel Woods.
You understand your rights as I've explained them?
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to talk with officers without consulting a lawyer or having a lawyer present with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what happened this week? Tell me what you did this week.
My usual. Visited my family, watched football.
What'd you do on Monday?
On Monday, called off work. That's it.
You didn't do nothing else? Nothing else. You didn't encounter a young female Monday?
No.
You didn't take a female home with you Monday?
No.
You gonna sit here and bull all day? You know what? I want to show you a picture. You ever seen this young lady?
Yep, that's the lady I let ride my bike.
You let her ride your bike?
Sunday night.
Nathaniel claims he let Kimberly use his bike the day before she was allegedly in his room.
Let her ride my bike to the store. She came back with my bike, and she departed, and I departed.
But you didn't take her home with you?
No. No, sir.
This young lady was found almost in your backyard. And somebody burned her up. And you want to sit here and bullshit me. You what?
We departed.
Well, no, she's departed. She's departed now because she's dead.
Sorry to hear that.
This train is going to start moving forward. Now, you can get out in front of this train or you can stay behind it. Because when it comes out that you did know her, that you did take her to your house, it's going to look kind of
defendant's side of the story, whether it be true or not. But Nino's keep his mouth shut.
He's clean property-wise. Should we take him in the back now and get his clothes?
Get his clothes, give him a paper suit. Like I said, from here forward, the train start rolling, and we don't stop it. Be you doing the time, brother, because I'm going home.
I'll be going home right behind you.
I guarantee you won't be going home behind me. We didn't find you in no phone book. We didn't just come pick you out of the crowd, brother.
I hear you.
But don't tell me about you going home, because you damn sure ain't going home. I'll be happy. We finished the trial, and he's convicted and goes off to prison for the rest of his life. She didn't deserve to die like this. Her family deserves closure.
Three days later, detectives meet with Kimberly's sister, Crystal, to update her on the case.
We've made an arrest. He's gone for a bond hearing, and the judge gave him $1 million bond.
She was trying to get her kids back, going to school, and just trying to do all type of different things that she never was motivated to do before. And then for something like this to happen to her. She had a pretty smile. Never really had no family or nothing, so we just always really just took to people easily. Oh God, she just really tried hard. Like she wasn't scared or feared nothing or nobody.
And that lack of fear or not being afraid might have...
It got her in trouble this time. Her personality was just so bubbly and so always make you laugh. She would make anybody laugh.
In this episode of The First 48,
there's a lot of blood.
A truck driver on his first run meets his worst nightmare, and whoever killed him,
it's called 13 Top,
is now using his phone.
The little black cell phone?
If you're trying to hide him, you might be hemmed up in a murder investigation.
Then,
she may have known her assailant.
An exotic dancer is murdered in her bedroom.
She left here with a guy.
Could the killer be someone she knew?
I truly do want to believe you, but I think you're holding back on some of the things.
For homicide detectives, the clock starts ticking the moment they are called. Their chance of solving a murder is cut in half if they don't get a lead within the first 48 hours. DeKalb County, Georgia, 4:30 p.m. A few miles south of downtown Atlanta, a call comes in from a busy truck stop.
DeKalb 911, emergency. I believe there's a dead truck driver in his truck. I can just see from the window. I'm sending the paramedics.
Paramedics and patrol respond and find a man in the cab of a big rig truck, dead.
Just got back from vacation and been in the office for about an hour and a half and already going out to mail that was found in a tractor trailer.
Detective Chris Franklin, a 3-year veteran of the Major Felony Unit, will lead the investigation at the crime scene.
Hey, Sarge, what we got going on?
Security guard spoke to the trucking company, stating that they hadn't heard from the driver in 72 hours.
When the driver missed his delivery, the truck company located his vehicle through GPS. A security guard at the truck stop checked on the truck.
They noticed that the driver was dead.
Do we know who this guy is?
The only name we have right now is William Ray Smith.
51-year-old William Ray Smith, known as Billy Ray, was from Coal City, Indiana. He worked as a furniture mover, but when business slowed, he started driving trucks to earn extra money to support his family.
All right, I want to take a look. There's a lot of blood.
The victim was shot once in the stomach.
Looks like he's got no wallet, money, or cell phone. Could be as simple as somebody tried to rob him and he was shot and killed.
The team canvasses the truck stop for possible witnesses.
How long you been here? A few hours ago, that's it. What's up, Chief? How many days you been here?
They find a truck driver who saw a man getting out of the victim's truck 3 days earlier.
Got a little black there. Was he with anybody else? Nope, he was just by himself.
You kept on pounding on my truck, so I left.
Hello? This is Lori?
Detective Scott Harris speaks with Billy Ray's wife in Indiana.
Sorry for your loss. I understand that what you're going through right now, but
We are trying to determine what might have been taken.
did he have anything on him? So he just would have had his cell phone, his wallet, and his medication.
Billy Ray was taking medication for high blood pressure.
When was the last time that you talked to your husband?
She spoke to Billy Ray 3 days before, when he arrived at the truck stop. He called her to tell her he was being harassed.
There was a black male knocking on the window, asking him, did he need a prostitute? Okay.
Over the next 2 days, she called the phone several times trying to reach Billy Ray, but never got an answer. Until this morning.
A lady answered the phone. She told you it was her new number and to quit calling the phone? Okay, do me a favor. Don't call the phone anymore. Since she has a phone, we can try to locate her to see how she got that phone. Thank you for talking with me. At this point, we need to find out who's been using the victim's phone. We'll get back and do phone subpoenas. Hopefully, that'll lead us to whoever knows who's been using his phone.
Back at Homicide.
Let me see.
The team gets the phone records.
Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's called 13 times. In a 3-hour period.
They find one phone number that's been dialed a number of times after detectives believe the victim was killed.
Look up 678.
Detectives enter the phone number into the database.
The cab in.
The number comes back to a motel.
Look how close they are. Motel's right there. That truck stops right across the street.
800 miles away, Harris County, Texas. 2:30 in the afternoon. A call comes in from a quiet residential neighborhood in the northwest section of the county.
Harris County 911. Hey, tell me exactly what happened.
I came home, her door's open, and she's bleeding from somewhere.
I need you to check if she's breathing.
Kayla! Kayla! She
Someone is coming to assist you.
When patrol and EMS respond, they find a woman lying on the bed, dead.
We got a call. Patrol came out and found a female laying in the bedroom. The husband found her about 2:30 today.
The victim is 32-year-old Gayla Glenn, a native of Harris County and a mother of a 7-year-old son. She worked as a dancer at various clubs in the area.
Now we're gonna go in and check things out.
Inside, detectives find the victim on the bed with a gunshot wound to the head. They find a bullet casing under her head, one live round in the bedroom, and another live round in the living room.
We're gonna have those rounds submitted to our lab for analysis, maybe see if they could get some DNA. It didn't appear that there was any signs of forced entry or any type of a struggle or anything like that, so, which kind of indicates to me that she may have known her assailant. We know that the husband supposedly came home and found her dead, so we're definitely gonna start with him and then just kind of work our way out.
Back at headquarters, investigators will interview the victim's husband.
We're gonna go do is try to get a timeline from him, basically to find out if he's accurate in his story.
Sergeant Felipe Rivera has been with the sheriff's office for 30 years and spent the last 10 in homicide. He will lead the investigation.
I'm Sergeant Rivera. This is my partner, Sergeant Cloppy. First of all, let me say that I'm sorry what happened to you in the situation that you're in with your wife. But we're down here to ask you some questions as far as get a timeline of where you were at and what happened, and basically get a little history of you and your wife. Okay, what kind of a relationship y'all had. Understand that?
The victim's husband says he and Gayla were in the process of separating. He and his son had moved out of the house 8 days earlier and were now staying with his mother.
Last night, or this morning, you got home from work at what?
I get home at 9:35 every night.
From that point on, you didn't leave the house until the next day.
Yeah. She called me last night.
He says he missed her call.
I'm like, shoot, let me call her. The next day, I'm calling, and nobody's answering. I had a bad feeling. I said, well, let me just go over there. Pulled in the driveway. I opened the door, and I saw the blood around her head. And I said, no. When I touched her leg, she was cold.
Then let me just ask you, just straight out, did you kill your wife?
In Harris County, Detective Felipe Rivera and his team are working the murder of Gayla Glenn, found shot to death in her house. Now, they need to know if her husband was involved.
Did you kill your wife?
No, sir.
Did you in any way arrange for your wife to be killed?
Absolutely not. I love my wife. I would never do that. I have no idea what is going on. I have no idea.
Unless something shows up where he would have benefited, or if we can show that he's lying about anything, but just my gut feeling at this point, I don't think he had anything to do with it.
Rivera and Sergeant Craig Clopton return to the crime scene to meet with the rest of the team.
You already called my sister.
Rivera says the husband already notified the victim's family after he called 911.
We're gonna go talk to the family.
Okay.
If y'all would go to the club armory and talk to them, see who was last with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see if somebody took her home.
All right. Craig, you can roll with me to the family? You on for a long haul?
11 hours into the investigation, Rivera and Clopton meet with Gayla's family.
Sergeant Rivera, Sergeant Clopton.
Come on in.
I wanted to come over here and tell you that we're on the case and we're going to follow every lead we can. We're at beginning stages of our investigation. Whatever information we can get from y'all would be helpful. Now, the last conversation, did y'all have with her? When was that?
Last night.
Gayla called her sister from her house and told her she was waiting for a friend to pick her up.
When I got off the phone with her at 9:15, she said that he was there and that he was going to take her to work.
Now, have y'all ever communicated with him before?
No.
The family has no way of contacting Gayla's friend.
Hopefully y'all plan on going to the club and speaking to people there.
Somebody's there already. Okay, so
Thanks, sir.
take care of yourselves, okay?
Thank you.
Across town, Sergeant Miller arrives at Gayla's club.
Hey, guys.
He asks employees if Gayla had been in the club in the last 24 hours.
She was here last night.
We need to find out what time she left, who she left with, that kind of stuff.
She left here with a guy.
In the DeKalb County murder of Billy Ray Smith, found shot to death in the cab of his truck, Detective Chris Franklin and his team have discovered that somebody using the victim's phone has been calling a nearby motel.
The truck stop is right across the street. So we need to find out who is staying there and getting calls from the victim's cell phone. Chances are they know who the suspect is.
The next morning, Detectives Lynn Schuler and Michael Hellerman head to the motel to find out who's been getting calls from the victim's phone.
What's up, boss?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm Detective Schuler. This is Hellerman. I got a question for you.
Schuler speaks to the manager.
We had a murder the other day at the gas station, and the victim had his phone stolen during the murder. His phone was used 13 times to call your hotel.
You can do one thing. I don't have that many rooms rented here.
Right. How many do you have rented out?
2 rooms.
You got pen?
305, 306.
Appreciate it. Knock on his door right now. The police! It's DeKalb County, ma'am. I just gotta ask you a question. I give you my word, I'm not here to mess with you. Hey, I just want to talk to her for a minute.
Detective Schuler finds a woman and her boyfriend in the room.
I just want to talk to you about what happened the other night. I know you heard what happened, man. Do you know anything about it?
I don't know that, sir.
Y'all ain't heard no rumors coming back and forth?
I heard some rumors. I've been hearing a lot of going on.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is where it's coming from. The guy that got killed, his phone got taken, all right? Who's called you 13 times in the last 3 days?
Walkabout.
The woman says a man named Walkabout has been calling her.
Let me ask you this. Why has he called you so much?
That's her best friend.
What's he look like?
Tall, dark skin, nigga got a beard.
What's the deal with him? Does he rob folks over there?
No, he walks around, panhandles, asks for food, and he helps the women
I'm gonna have to take you for an hour. I gotta get a handwritten statement from you, okay?
Patrol officers will bring the woman to headquarters for questioning.
Please don't lock my back.
I'll have her back here. Gonna be in the room? Yeah. I'll bring her back personally, all right? Fair enough? All right, bro. Look, I went inside and I basically bluffed him. Did you catch that? I said, look, I've already got the phone records. They called your room 13 times. And she's like, yeah, he called. She did say that Walkabout is basically a pimp in the area of the truck stop. He gets into the cabs of these trucks all the time, sets up dates with the truck drivers. She actually admitted to being one of the females that walks from the hotel to the truck stop for these dates to make extra money. I think she is going to be able to provide us with a very, very, very good statement.
In the shooting of Billy Ray Smith, DeKalb County detectives found a woman who was getting calls from the victim's missing cell phone. Now, they need her to lead them to the man who was calling.
All right. What's your first name?
Catherine.
Let me explain why you're here, okay? Maybe I didn't make it clear at the hotel. We have records of that phone calling your room 13 times. Okay. The guy that has possession of the phone, we want to talk to. What's his name?
Leonard Longino. You know him very well. My godfather, for real.
When did you get the first phone call from him this weekend?
It was like Saturday, maybe.
Catherine says Walkabout called her the day after detectives think the victim was killed.
What did he say in that phone call?
He was just like, I got a date for you, you know. But he don't usually call me. It's weird.
It was weird for him to call you.
Oh. Yeah, where did you get it from? Who did you get the phone from? He wouldn't go into detail.
Chill out for a minute, all right?
Detective Hellerman looks up Leonard Longino, a.k.a. Walkabout, in the database.
I know this guy from street. He's a homeless guy.
He prepares a photo for Catherine to ID.
Catherine, hey, this him?
Yeah.
If he's not the shooter, 100% he knows who did it. He got the phone from them. He is gonna be in that area. He needs to be found.
Detectives alert patrol to pick up Leonard. At an abandoned apartment complex near the truck stop, detectives find the potential suspect, Leonard, and bring him back to headquarters.
Leonard! All right, Leonard, you're not up here for no bull.
Okay, what's going on?
Well, hoping you can tell me what's going on. Right now, I'm looking at arresting somebody for a murder. Okay? How many times did you call Catherine this weekend at her room?
Call her.
Call her.
I ain't calling her every time.
Leonard.
Okay, you asked me a question. I'm giving you the truth.
You're giving me a lie.
I don't call her on her phone. She said I called her.
Not only did she tell me you called her, I have proof that you called her. I want to know where you got that cell phone from.
What cell phone? The little black cell phone?
Yeah.
I seen it with the phone.
Who?
Her boyfriend.
Her boyfriend?
Yeah.
In Harris County, the homicide team is working the murder of Gayla Glenn, found shot to death in her house. An employee of the club where she worked just told detectives he saw her leave with a man.
It was like between 1 and 2. I didn't get a description of the car or anything, but I walked out to make sure she wasn't driving because she was drinking, and I saw a guy pick her up. He wasn't in here.
The employee says he did not recognize the man.
There was a girl, Brittany.
He says Gayla had been drinking earlier with another dancer named Brittany.
Brittany's her friend. She's going to give you a lot of information because they leave together, they come and go together. They're like this.
He says Brittany might be able to tell them more about the man who picked Gayla up.
I really need to get a hold of Brittany.
That's her phone number.
Cool. Okay. Thanks, man.
Back at Homicide, Rivera calls Gayla's friend, Brittany.
Brittany, this is Sergeant Rivera with the Sheriff's Office. Gayla is your best friend, is that correct? Can I meet with you so I can ask you some questions? All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Let's go talk to her, Craig. Vámonos.
Sergeants Craig Clopton and Felipe Rivera meet Brittany at her home outside of Houston.
Well, there she is now. Hello, Brittany. Sergeant Rivera.
He tells her that Gayla was killed.
I'm sorry about your loss.
Her best friend. I'm as personal as she gets. She don't let anybody know her business. Like, there's a handful of people in this world that even know her name. And the only reason why she tells me is because our kids are the same age and doing the same business, being in the same club. We've gotten really close over the last 5 years. She was the only one that, like, understood what I was going through.
I know this is hard times for you, but just need you to hang tight with me, all right? Let's go in the car. Wednesday morning, you saw Gayla at the club?
She was planning on going out as a customer, but he stood her up. She was pissed off. She said, well then, I'm just gonna sit here and get drunk.
So do you know of anything that he and Gayla may have had
No.
between them?
He's an extremely nice guy. No way.
Anybody at the club might have had any problems with her?
No.
You went to work and yet from that point on you didn't see her?
Brittany says Gayla got a ride home with a friend a short time before Brittany finished work.
Okay, and when was the next communication that you had with her?
I called at 2-something, 2:10, 2:15.
After her shift, Brittany called Gayla's friend, hoping to catch a ride as well. Gayla answered the phone.
I said, well, I don't have a ride home. You think he will take me? And she said, well, talk to him. I talked to him, and he said no. And I figured it was because they were too far, and I said, okay, I'll find another ride.
Has he ever given you a ride?
Oh, yeah. He's been to my house. I mean, I know him pretty well.
Has she ever told you that he has confided in her that he has more feelings than
Never.
just a friendship?
Never. He doesn't talk, really. He's a very, very, very shy, quiet person. I bug him to talk. He's very introverted.
She gives them the friend's name and phone number.
Where did he live?
I don't know where he lived, honestly. I don't know.
Well, Brittany, I'm sorry about your friend, and we're still investigating it, and we're going to continue investigating until we get answers. Thank you. According to Brittany, he was with her.
This is what I think happened. We fantasize about this girl. She thinks, hey, she comes home so drunk. I can take advantage of her with a gun, get something from her.
Let's go on home, get us a couple of hours of sleep, and come knock it out tomorrow.
As day breaks, Rivera and Clopton head home for a few hours of sleep. That afternoon,
Her victim's friend was last known to be with her at the morning that the day that she was found dead. So we did a computer search, and there was one address that's consistent with where he's living. We're gonna attempt to locate him, bring him in, and see what he's got to tell us.
The team brings the friend back to homicide to speak with detectives.
Thank you, Bobby. He's playing it pretty good.
Well, when I got to the door,
I mean, his reaction is like, man,
whatever information he has, we need to get it from him. From speaking to people at the club, that he is the last person with her. Everything that we do have is pointing to him. I asked you to come down here because I needed to talk to you about Gayla. Gayla is a friend of yours, right?
The Harris County Homicide Team is talking to Gayla Glenn's friend, who drove her home the night she was killed.
Gayla is a friend of yours, right?
Yeah.
And you known her how long now?
I've known her for a few years.
All right. Okay, so now Tuesday, what did you do?
Drove her back home.
The man says he dropped Gayla off at her house and then left.
And you haven't spoken to her since?
No, she was going on vacation.
Did she tell you where she was going on vacation?
No, she didn't.
Did she tell you when she was going to start her vacation?
I assumed it was going to be the next day or two. She said she'd call me when she got back.
Now, on the way home, did you make a phone call? Did she make a phone call?
Not that I ever called.
So you didn't talk to anybody?
No, on my phone.
Okay.
Mike called and she said, we'll talk to him. I talked to him and he said no.
Do you know any of her friends that work there?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I know him pretty well.
Well, something happened to Gayla.
What happened?
She's dead.
She?
Yeah, she's dead.
Oh.
Well, I'm hoping you can tell me. Do me a favor, man. Sit up, okay? Look at me man to man, all right? I know you're proud of your cap, but I'm gonna take it off. I truly do want to believe you. But I think you're holding back on some of the things.
What you believe is what you believe.
Tell me what happened.
I already told you.
No, you didn't, dude.
The man refuses to answer any more questions.
First, I said, do you know any of her friends? No. We know that Brittany's not lying. Brittany called and talked to him. He said no. Yeah, he looked at me like, she's dead? Man, nothing. Even right now, nothing. If he truly, really was her friend, he'd be crying like a dog. He shut down on us, and he's not being truthful. We don't have enough evidence to hold him at this point, so we're going to try to proceed with the case and hope our evidence comes clean and we can get some charges filed. So our investigation is going to continue.
Hoping to find more leads, investigators hit the streets to talk to more people who knew Gayla.
Keep open minds and just try to talk to everybody that somebody could give us information.
We still have some leads that we're gonna run down.
Do you know anything about...
I don't know him.
Okay.
As the first 48 comes to a close,
We have him.
investigators have no new leads.
try to regroup and see if we can catch him another angle. That's the way it goes sometimes.
In the first 48, the homicide team responded to the murder of Gayla Glenn, found shot to death in her home, went to her workplace and learned that she left the night before with a man, spoke to her friend who told them who the man was, interviewed the man who admitted driving her home, but when questioned further, stopped cooperating.
mom and her sisters and relatives, and she left a 7-year-old son. Would we like provide them answers? Yeah. We'd like give us some closure. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes a long process. So am I going to give up on the case? No, never.
In the murder investigation of Billy Ray Smith, DeKalb County detectives just talked to Leonard, aka Walkabout, who says he knows who's been using the victim's missing cell phone.
Her boyfriend?
Her boyfriend?
Yeah.
You saw him with the phone earlier.
Yeah.
When?
What's her name?
Okay.
Leonard says he saw Catherine's boyfriend, Pancho, with the phone 3 days earlier.
Where was that?
Apartment. In the back where the police they got me from. And he was sitting there the same night.
Leonard says Pancho also had a wallet with an ID.
Look, white dude.
It was an ID of a white dude?
Yeah.
Okay. You sure?
Why do you think Cat and Pancho would say they do call them all day?
The little bastard trying to put me in something to get his way out. That's what it is.
He didn't say anything about jacking a guy in the truck to you? If he did, now would be the time to say so. Leonard, we're talking about a murder where somebody got shot and killed. You tell me who killed him. Why would you think that he killed that guy? Yeah.
Lying on me, tell me I called him.
I got you. All right, Mr. Leonard, give me a few minutes, man. Leonard's not going to be our shooter. I think her boyfriend, he's going to be our man.
You're on a hot streak. I'll roll with your hunch.
Detectives Schuler and Hellerman head back to the motel to get Catherine's boyfriend, Pancho. There's no answer. They try the neighboring room.
Yeah, the kid that was next door, is he in there with you?
A man answers the door.
I don't know nothing about what's going on.
After we left, you didn't go in your room?
We just need to talk to him, man. Open the door real quick, man. Let me peek at him.
It's not no person who y'all looking for in my room.
Let me look in the bathroom.
For what?
For this guy, man. Are we not, am I not speaking English?
You have a warrant to go in my room?
Do I need one?
Yes.
Look, I'm clear that he is in your bathroom. This ain't day one for me. This guy might be hemmed up in a murder investigation. And if you're trying to hide him and I find him in your bathroom, who else is that hem up in a murder investigation? You.
Right. Now, let me look, man.
Get your ass out here right now, man.
I ain't even brought my baby back, man.
She's up in the office.
That's why I'm high, man.
Hey, don't get in my
man,
face.
I ain't
And
doing
don't
that.
scream.
I ain't
Come
got
on.
none, man.
Have a seat.
Hold on, I gotta get some.
No, you ain't going nowhere. No, you're done. Hiding in the bathroom, you lost that privilege. I'll give you a cigarette when we get up there. All right?
You got my baby, man.
I still got your baby. She ain't under arrest.
I ain't gonna do nothing stupid.
I know you're not gonna do nothing stupid. Come on, man.
Get down in that chair. What is your real name?
My real name's Shamari Ellison.
Let me go check you out, make sure this comes back to you. Shamari Ellison, 28 years old.
Shamari Ellison served 3 years for forced robbery. He was released from prison 2 years earlier.
What's up, man? think I know what happened, but we're gonna talk about it.
What you mean you think you know what happened?
I've already talked to Leonard, okay? I want to know how you came in possession of that cell phone.
What phone? I don't have that phone.
Look, why don't you just come off it and tell us what really happened?
In DeKalb County, detectives working the case of Billy Ray Smith are questioning Shamari Pancho Ellison, who was seen using the victim's cell phone. Now, they need him to tell them how he got it.
Look, why don't you just tell us what really happened?
I didn't shoot the man, but I know the man who shot him.
I know you do. Who shot him?
Yeah, man.
Who shot him?
My punk, Whitehead.
Does you have any idea what his name is?
I don't have no internet. He was like, come to the truck with me. So I went to the truck with him.
I don't believe you.
I put my right hand on the Bible. God take my breath right now.
That's your left
Stop
hand.
me from breathing.
What time did you go over there Friday night?
Around about 8:30. I was standing by the truck.
Pancho admits that he and a man named Whitehead planned to rob the victim.
But what were you doing? Just standing guard? Standing lookout?
Yeah, look out for the security. That's what we do for each other when we got no. Whitehead was in the truck for like 2-3 minutes. All of a sudden, Whitehead hit him with the pistol, shot him.
What all did Whitehead get out of the truck?
Phone.
What did he give you?
He gave me what he really gave me.
Yeah.
The phone, the wallet, all that.
What else did he get?
That's it. That was it. He didn't get no money.
What'd y'all do after that?
I go to an empty apartment.
Pancho claims he and Whitehead fled to the abandoned apartment complex nearby.
I'm gonna go to jail for murder detective.
Dude, I gotta go in there and research and see if I can find out if this Whitehead guy even exists.
Hang tight. We're gonna verify your story.
I have to keep you in custody until I find Whitehead.
Detectives ask Catherine and Leonard about Whitehead.
Have you ever heard of a gentleman that goes by the name of Whitehead? Nobody has ever heard of a guy that goes by the name of Whitehead. Shamari, he's putting himself at the scene. He's going to be our suspect.
Detective Franklin and his team head to the abandoned apartment where Pancho admitted to fleeing after the shooting.
Wish I could find something connecting our victim.
So we got 2 prescription packages.
Detectives find Billy Ray's blood pressure medicine.
We found the victim's medication with his name on it. We have now tangible evidence that our victim's personal property made it to this abandoned apartment. I'm feeling pretty good. I believe Pancho made up the whole Whitehead story just to distance himself from the actual incident. The fact is that he admits to being involved in the robbery of the victim. We had the victim's medication that was found at the apartment that he ran to.
Sorry.
There's definitely enough to charge him.
always loved water. This is a special place for us. It had things you could do with just about every age child that we have in our family. And that was his enjoyment out of life, being with his family. We were together 30 years. That's a lifetime. It's just not the same here without him.
Darling!
La sève n'a jamais été aussi brune. Beaucoup de saccharose. Le pressage est très fin. On n'a jamais une telle qualité. Cicéron. Tu as entendu des choses?
Rien d'autre.
Il nous reste plus que 2 semaines de récolte. Alors tu passes le mot. C'est pas le moment de faiblir. Je compte sur toi.
ايوه سيسر سيسر
suis Colette.
Kumba.
Je serai. Je serai.
Lu xew.
Ruba tegtal na ma yoon bi aw ñaar bu jëm ci àll bi wuti bët saalum jàpp soowu jant ñu bëgg a dem fi bu mu jaam yi dogee dara moo leen tere dem bàyyi mën nañ daw
Fi buumu jaam yi dogee amul. Dégg nga ma. Xam nga foofu ku fa dem lu lay xaar dee. Aïcha.
je serai couturière.
À sa première fuite, le marron sera marqué de la fleur de lys.
Ku njëkk a daw. Dinañ ko ñaas tóor ci mbagam.
S'il récidive, il se fera couper les oreilles et les jarrets.
Ko tollante. Ñu dagg ay noppam. Ak ginnaaw woomam.
Je te croyais plus intelligent. Pourquoi tu t'infliges ça? Les Malgaches, eux, ne cherchent jamais à s'enfuir. C'est vous, les Wolofs, qui me forcez à agir comme ça. Cicéron dit dans la troisième règle.
ñetteelu daw bi. Daan bi mooy dañ lay rey.
Ce code, c'est la loi. Il n'y a jamais eu d'exécution sur cette terre. Faites en sorte que ça n'arrive jamais.
Kenn musu fi boom kenn. Fexe leen ba bu moo fi am.
The 2026-27 Broadway at TPAC season. The Phantom of the Opera. The Great Gatsby.
There's been a lot written and a lot said, but never from my side of the story. Hey, the light's on. I can see you. Hello out there. Hello. Camera crew, gentlemen. All right. It's coming closer. I feel like I'm slipping away. Play the hell out of it. If you feel it, you can't help but move to it. It's a new crowd out there. They haven't seen us before. It's gotta be like the first time we go on. That's one of the secrets.